Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Special agenda. Today is June 11th, 2024. And we have the slide regarding... Okay, all right. No, that's fine. So we're going to get started with the meeting. Welcome. Nice to see you here. And as we get going here, I'd like to, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked our OES person, Dory Beats, to please lead us in the pledge. So if you could stand. Okay, before we get started with the agenda, I need to make a couple of comments, please. Today's agenda, normally for our agendas where we're conducting normal, board business, we include oral communications, we include staff reports. And we had a bit of a misstep today that didn't get included on our agenda, and for that I apologize. So we will not be doing those two items today. And we're taking appropriate corrections to keep that from occurring, in the future. The other thing is I want to advise everyone, and including the board members that I serve with here, with Supervisor Half participating remotely due to her injury. What that places us in the position is that we must have 3 board members. And again, I'll repeat, 3 board members have to be on the dais in order for us to conduct our meeting at any given time. So Supervisor Half doesn't count towards that. We need 3 to have a quorum on the dais. So please consider that, during the course of the day. If you need to get up and get a cup of coffee or restroom or something, I can't have 2 of you going at one time, otherwise the meeting's got to stop. Okay? So just want to make sure everybody was clear on that and put that right out there. With that said, I'll look to our board clerk, Heather, to read the consent calendar. Oh, yes, thank you very much. Okay, first of all, Supervisor Half, my apology. If you can please once again disclose as to why you're not with us in person today.
Yes, thank you. I need to participate remotely with just cause the need is related to a physical disability where I can't leave my home at this time. And I also need to disclose that I am here at home with a person over 18 who is my husband, Bob Half.
Okay,
thank you.
Very good. And so I'll look to the board and we need to formalize this process a little bit. So I'm asking for my board members, not just by consensus, we're going to do an actual vote to approve Supervisor Half participating remotely. So I'll ask the clerk. Yes, thank you, to make the motion. I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon. A second by Supervisor Campbell, and if we could get the vote call, please, roll call.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk. Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And again, just some housekeeping items, just to make sure that we've got everything going by the rules we're supposed to.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yes.
I was just notified we have a technical issue, and because we have remote participation, we're going to take a quick break. Right now, Granicus is down, and so the public cannot access the website, which has the Zoom link. Roger Root is going to post the agenda on the website so that the public can access the agenda and the Zoom link. So just give us a few minutes, please.
Okay, do you have an estimated time? Should we just call for a 10-minute break, or?
10 minutes, and we'll see. Thank
We're gonna recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 9:16. And apologies, we need to be able to have everything set up here. Okay, sorry for the delay, folks. So we resolved this with a little bit of a workaround. We've had some issues with our system that we use to help manage the board meetings called Granicus. And in any case, it's back up now, but in case it does have a problem again, our board clerk will describe where to find the agenda for the public, anybody listening.
Members of the public can go to our board meetings page where you would typically find our agenda, and just underneath the header that reads board meetings, you will see a link saying June 11, 2024 Board of Supervisor agenda. When you click that, that will also take you to our agenda with links for our remote participation as well.
Can people here in the back, maybe, we're good there? Okay. All right, so moving along here, we're back going, so if the clerk could please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving of the health fair exhibitor agreement form and authorizing the Health and Human Services Agency Director to sign. Item number 2, approving a purchase agreement with Cadence Team for information technology replacement of the technical physical firewalls in the amount of $649,724 and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Item number 3, accepting the resignation of Julie Frederick from the Carter Cemetery District and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Item number 4, approving a modification of committee membership from 14 to 9 voting members and including new advisory members to the Board of Supervisors Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Item number 5, approving a license agreement with the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce for use of Roca Park in Jamestown and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign the agreement and all related documents.
Very good, thank you. Does any board member wish to pull any item from the consent calendar? Okay, Supervisor Haff. Just looking for pull only
Yes.
at this point.
Right. I'd like to pull item number 5 for discussion.
That's pull item number 5. Okay.
Correct.
Any additional from the other board members? Okay, no. At this point, sorry. Look for public comment. Public comment on the consent calendar less item number 5, because that item is pulled. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, once again, I hope that the person from Carter Cemetery District gets a letter of the utmost appreciation because they do such a fabulous job out there. And I wish our other cemeteries did as well. And for item number 4, we seem to have difficulty getting a quorum of members who agree to be on committees here. And I've been to, I think, 4 of these meetings now where they haven't been able to get a quorum. So now if you cut it, a quorum. Now if you cut it back again, is their meeting going to only be with fire chiefs? Because it seems to me they have a lot of opportunity to participate in fire safety advisory. So perhaps this meeting or this committee needs to be disbanded since there appears to be so little interest from its own members.
Any additional public comment? This is on consent calendar less item number 5. Thank you. No, if you have a comment on consent items 1 through 4, you're welcome to come up and speak. It's just item number 5 because we're pulling that item.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to comment on consent item number 2. That's the IT firewalls. I'd like to remind the board that back in March 2024 for the mid-year budget approval or adjustments or whatever, they already approved $185K for firewalls plus a maintenance alert thing, so it's $175K for that. I'm a little surprised by the current item, partly because of the, almost triple the cost. So that seems to have a lack of planning that comes around. And also the memo that went out with it said this is a budgeted item. Now, I've looked through since the mid-year agenda items and things, and I can't find any more where you've approved another $400K for the IT firewall. So I don't know how this is a budgeted item. One possibility is I saw there was a memo that goes for moving the IT director, the IT department, to county administrative office. So maybe that move got approved and maybe all of a sudden a whole lot of money became available with that other group. I would at a high level say that I've looked at the job descriptions for both the director and assistant director for the county administrative office. And part of their job description is very clearly to research regulations, keep up on top of them, figure out equipment, needs, budgets, propose the budgets and everything. I'd have to say from what I'm seeing, that's not being done. I mean, there was already the $185K just out of the blue, and now we add another $400K. There seems to be a total lack of planning here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, so back to the board on consent items 1 through 4. Any comments, Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask, my bad timing there, Roger, if he could potentially give a little more background on item 2 and some of the compliance requirements.
Morning, Board. Roger, Assistant County Administrator, former IT Director, and a couple things. One, it was planned in the budget. It was in the ISF for over $600,000.
Internal Service Fund.
The Internal Service Fund, yes. We're using funds from different sources right now in order to save some money and to use funds that are available this year that won't be available next year. As far as planning, these firewalls were replaced in 2017. Into life is the end of 2024. We have an opportunity to extend the end of life. However, these firewalls are not compliant with the new DOJ regulations, and that's the biggest reason why we're replacing them now. And we have to have them in place in order to stay compliant with DOJ by August 1st. That's why I put it on the agenda for today.
Great, thank you. I only had one other comment. This was on item 4. In the interest of time, I didn't want to pull it. I just generally think that the district model makes a lot of sense. I know I've struggled to find, I think, a community position for this, but generally it's better to have more people involved. So I'm okay with moving forward with this, but I hope that overall we have a lot of committees, a lot of vacancies. We get more people applying, but we treat that as an issue, not just on a committee-by-committee basis. I know we've done that in the past. I've brought these forward too. I'd like to be able to see that, so that's my only comment.
Any additional comments from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to approve consent items 1 through 4.
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 4.
Second.
I'll second that.
We'll,
You got it. There's a time delay.
there was a time delay, so motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Haff, and we'll call for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, very good. So if the clerk could please read consent calendar item number 5, please.
Approving a license agreement with the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce for use of Roca Park in Jamestown and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign the agreement and all related documents.
Okay, Supervisor Haff, you asked for this to be pulled, so please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I'd love to explain why I pulled it. I love the idea of the Jamestown Bazaar, and I think it's for a really good cause, and I'm happy that a 501c3 has been found to help along with this. The only small thing that I want to bring to light is that with all agreements, there's usually some financial consideration. And I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure there is absolutely no cost to the county in providing a park to this group. Because if there is, even if it's like $10 worth of power or something like that, we should be charging a nominal amount to cover that. That was my only little niggling worry about this.
Okay, I understand. So I'm just looking at this item. Perhaps our CEO could speak to this matter.
Hi there. Yes, so Robbie did this memo here, has been working with the group with Supervisor Brandon. I do want to make sure the board knows that Kathleen, Supervisor Half, and I did discuss this yesterday. I also met with Eric Aiken yesterday afternoon. There is no fee established currently in our ordinance for charge of use of our parks. That's something that Eric Aiken does plan to bring forward as part of this fee review as with budget information. However, he could not identify an additional cost that we are incurring, nor the only place they could get electricity, he was thinking would be from the restrooms at this point. I don't know that they're using electricity. I'll defer to Robbie. He is shaking his head. So we're not setting up for them. We're not taking down. Now, obviously, if they were to leave a mess and we had to send county staff down, that would be an impact. This is something we could revisit, but once we establish fees, we would also be going back and revisiting any types of agreements that we have in place. But right now, we don't have such one. We do have one for Courthouse Park. It's about $10 per day if they want to use power. But as far as I know, and Robbie can speak to this, but I'm not aware that they have asked for access to power.
Very good. Do you have any additional, Robbie?
No, they have not asked for access to power. All the vendors will be individually sustaining as far as energy.
All right. So, looking to the future. Go ahead, Supervisor Hack.
I've gone to events there, and I believe they have plugged into power somewhere at or near the gazebo. So I think there is an outlet there. I could be mistaken.
Okay. Additional comments, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I think it's fair into the future for use of any county property that we're able to have some fee for any cost. The challenge here is an event is ongoing. It's something that is coming up and planned. To establish a fee schedule and do any of the required background would take a long time, and it would delay this. And I think it'd be better as part of a larger effort for all properties. So I think the best thing right now would be to move forward, because what we don't want to happen is a grant and some folks coming together. They want to do a good thing for the community. We hang them up over 10 or 20 bucks. I think if we had that established and it was just a $10 or $20 payment and it was very simple, they'd probably be more than happy to do it. So my recommendation is to move forward. This is huge for Jamestown in particular. I think it applies to other county properties, but it really needs some activity, and there's some good people coming together to try and help that happen in that area. And thanks to staff too, and council and everybody, we kind of had to figure this out. And we inherited, I think, a system where it was difficult to do an event like this on that property. And I know it took a lot of discussions to be able to get to this point. And I just wanted to recognize that this means a lot to the town of Jamestown.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I agree with both supervisors, actually. I actually started kind of where Supervisor Half was, and I kind of came to the same conclusion that Supervisor Brandon did, that the fault is not with the organizers of this event. I'm absolutely in favor of establishing a fee structure for these parks, but I also would not want to hold up what has a potential to be a real positive event for that community, because we haven't established a fee structure yet. So I say we put that on the agenda for the future, setting a fee structure for these types of events, and then go back to them in the future and say, here's what the fees are, and have a discussion about that. But in the meantime, I don't see too much of a risk for costs. And now that if the event happens and, they trash the place, which I honestly don't think they're gonna do, but that'll inform our decision-making for what kind of fees to set in the future, I think. So this will be a good test case to guide that discussion. But I'm all in favor of moving forward with it for now in the meantime.
Okay, any additional comments? I don't have any comments, so I'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, public comment on consent calendar item number 5. Okay, see, now I'll bring it back to the board.
So moved.
I
Okay,
just wanted to say something.
go ahead, Supervisor
I
Haff.
wanted, thank you. I wanted to thank the board for allowing me to bring this to light. And I would like a commitment from the board to remedy this, what we just discussed, sometime before the end of this calendar year.
Okay, we can work on that one. All right, so motion by Supervisor Brandon,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Campbell, and call for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, so next up on our agenda is proclamations and commendations, and I'll ask the clerk to please read item number 6. I'm sorry. Yes.
Consideration of adopting 4824, proclaiming the month of June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month.
Here we go. Good morning.
Oh, I have to adjust my glasses. Good morning, Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health Director. In recognition of Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month this June, this proclamation is before you to raise awareness of Alzheimer's disease in Tuolumne County, recognize those living with dementia, their caregivers, and their families. In conjunction, June 21st is designated as the longest day. It's the day of the year with the most light, the summer solstice. This is a day when individuals can take the opportunity to fight the darkness of Alzheimer's and all other dementia through activities or fundraisers to advance the care, support, and research efforts related to Alzheimer's disease. We encourage our community to learn more about Alzheimer's disease, take actions to keep our brains as healthy as possible, and support those who are affected by dementia. For the community's awareness of some of the local resources available, Area 12 Agency on Aging is partnering with the Northern California Alzheimer's Association to conduct a learning series for caregivers. The next one's titled Healthy Living for Your Brain and Body, and it's going to be on June 24th at the Senior Center on Greenlee Road from 10 a.m. to noon. Area 12 also offers an Alzheimer's caregiver support group and a family caregiver support program that can help coordinate respite care. The Area Agency on Aging's phone number, if you want to get some more information on those programs, is 209-532-6272, and their website is area12.org. More information and details and some data is stated within the proclamation itself. And I'd like to thank those who are in the boardroom with us here today. And it is respectfully recommended that the board proclaim June 2024 as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month and June 21st, 2024 as the longest day in Tuolumne County.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Campbell is going to present for the board on this item. So Supervisor Campbell.
Oh, well, I think Michelle did a fantastic job. And I agree entirely. This was something that's has significance for me. My father was a dementia sufferer before he passed, and it's a challenge for not only the people suffering from dementia, but also their families, their caregivers, and their friends, and the circle of community that's around them. But I think in Tuolumne County, we have a really vibrant support network for people that suffer from dementia and Alzheimer's disease, and some of them are here today. So we need to take time to salute them. And if you look at this issue, the more we learn about it and the more we understand it, there are emerging treatments and research going into Alzheimer's and a wide range of causes of dementia. And we need to take a moment to kind of understand that, educate ourselves, and highlight the excellent work that's going on at the local level and throughout the country. So really proud to have the group here today to highlight this issue, and I'd be happy to read the resolution now or after public comment, whichever you prefer.
Why don't you go ahead and read it now,
Okay.
please? Yes.
So the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne, whereas nearly 7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease, and the lifetime risk of Alzheimer's beyond the age of 45 is 1 in 5 for women and 1 in 10 for men. And 1 in 3 seniors lives with Alzheimer's or another dementia disease near the end of their life, and caregivers and family members are crucial in maintaining quality of life for those with Alzheimer's disease and other dementia. And 70% of dementia caregivers feel stressed when coordinating care, and more than half of caregivers said navigating the healthcare system is difficult. And June 21st is named as the longest day. The day with the most light in the year is encouraged as a day to fight darkness of Alzheimer's through advocacy, fundraising, and honoring the strength, heart, and endurance of those facing Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And promoting and proclaiming health and well-being in Tuolumne County is the mission of the Tuolumne County Public Health Department, and community health and prosperity has been identified as a priority for the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. And changing the trajectory of Alzheimer's disease requires the same public health tools and techniques that have helped alter the course of other diseases, encouraging healthy behaviors to reduce the risk of co-occurring conditions, decreasing the number of people with undiagnosed dementia, and improving medical management of dementia and comorbidities, and assessing family caregivers with getting support to help sustain their vital role. Now therefore be it resolved that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims June 2020 to be Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, and June 21st as the longest day in Tuolumne County, and encourage all residents to join in honoring all families affected by Alzheimer's disease and other dementia.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll call for public comment on this item. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. My name is Chris McCoy, and I work for Area 12 Agency on Aging. We just really want to support Michelle in this resolution and support this Alzheimer's Month. We have a lot of programs and services available at Area 12, and we have a lot of resources.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting us know, and for people to know where to reach out. Good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Lockwood. I wasn't planning to speak. I was here for another reason. But no, this is all great. My father just was put into a memory home, and his dementia, well, we had a problem. He went to, just a quick story, a restaurant in Jamestown for breakfast, and he went crazy. We couldn't call the police. There was nowhere to go. He would have been confrontational and put in jail. We need one more thing. Somebody to call. We had to deal with it ourselves, and basically he wanted to drive away, but he can't remember to stop at a stop sign. There was nobody to call. We need somebody to call in emergency. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm Bonnie Fox.
Hi.
I started an Alzheimer's dementia support group in September because there was none in this county. I'm 90 years old, but I know more about Alzheimer's than all of you. It's getting worse and worse. If you're over 65, 3 out of 5 of the people in this room are going to get dementia. The dementia has several different parts to it. It has a levy and it has other parts that you can get and makes it, and eventually it's going to be Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's can be a terrible death. Towards the very, very end, they are basically bedridden and their body just deteriorates because of the brain. They are trying to find a cause, and there's not a lot of cause. David and I are both donating our brain for a study for Alzheimer's. Your brain is like this, and it has a T-A-U, that builds up around it, and it eventually just shrinks the brain a little bit at a time. There is no cure for it right now. They are working on a new shot and a pill for it that will try and slow down this cause. I believe that we need this support group. That's why I have to leave early, because it's today at 1 to 3, and Chris McCoy is our speaker. We've been real fortunate to have good speakers, and I work very hard on it. And I've studied and studied and studied Alzheimer's. So 1 out of 5 of you are going to eventually get dementia, and it can go to Alzheimer's. So I'm proud that you're going to recognize the 21st and 24th.
Mrs. Fox? Mrs. Fox, before you go, I have one question for you. If there's somebody that is watching this and is learning for the first time that we have a new Alzheimer's support group in Tuolumne County, what would be the best way for that person to get in contact with you or to want to participate in that?
Well, I put out flyers. It's in the newspaper. It's been in the newspaper under committee. They can always call me at 209-213-9588. It is the second Tuesday of every month, 1 to 3. And we have anywhere from 13 to 22 that show up. I don't know how else to get the word out there. I've been trying and trying, but I can only do so much. But
Well, hopefully it will help spread the word today.
thank you.
Thank you very much. So Supervisor Half had a question where the meetings are. I believe they're at the church in Soulsbyville, the Methodist church. I don't know what the address is, but if you look up the Methodist church in Soulsbyville, that's where you'll be able to find it. Oh, I didn't want to make you get up again. Come on. So Soulsbyville Methodist Church, Soulsbyville Methodist Church, 19982 Community Drive, Soulsbyville. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, well, coming back down here, so I would be looking for restarting. Okay, Supervisor Half, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment for the young man who got up first to speak. And I'm just wondering if we have Tammy Mariscal in the boardroom. I'm wondering if we have our crisis, our behavioral health crisis mobile van available in such circumstances to help people out? And if so, if we've got some kind of a service available, I'd like her or somebody to come up and speak about it.
And she's doing so right now. Welcome, Tammy.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisor Half, members of the board. Yeah, behavioral health indeed has a ability to go mobile with psychiatric crises and responding to events that are unfolding in the community. Oftentimes, as we've heard today, families and others are not aware of a particular reason why somebody may be having a behavioral health or behavior issue or functioning impairment. So behavioral health could be a unit that would be dispatched in these kind of situations. It's likely upon our discovery that it's dementia or Alzheimer's related, where we would hand off treatment and stabilization to the medical community, because dementia and Alzheimer's is not identified as a mental illness. But nonetheless, we indeed could intervene and assist the families in accessing the appropriate resources. And I can speak to the gentleman in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Half, any additional, or is that?
No.
Okay, so back to the board then, looking at a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we proclaim, that we adopt Resolution 4824, proclaiming the month of June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. And yeah, we approve the proclamation.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. We can get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next up on our agenda will be our 9:30 a.m. appointment for a presentation. I'll have the board clerk please read that, and sorry for the delay.
9:30 a.m. Presentation and update on Pacific Gas and Electric Company PG&E services in Tuolumne County.
Do you need a moment to get situated there? We'll stand by and wait for you to start. Okay,
Check 1, 2. We're on. We're live.
all right, well, welcome.
Well, thank you, Chair Goldenberg, members of the board, and county staff, friends in Tuolumne County. My name is Nathan Alonso. I am your local government affairs rep for Pacific Gas and Electric Company. This morning, I am joined by my colleague on the local government affairs team on the program side, Matt Leedy, regional service manager, regional senior manager for our regional service model, Tracy Mello, our superintendent that handles all distribution electric ops in Yosemite Division, which Tuolumne County is a part of, Anthony Proctor, and Tuolumne's very own part of our electric ops team up here, one of our leaders, Chris Hardman. So we are here to go over a couple of issues, identifying wildfire risk, our undergrounding and system hardening work, vegetation management, the EPSS program that all of you are all too familiar with, a legacy program, which is our PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutoff program that we'll talk a little bit more about, some customer resources, and then most importantly, leave some time to answer your questions on any specific issues that you may have and to answer any of the public's questions as well. So all of the counties either in a tier 2 or tier 3 high fire threat area. This is a matrix that is made up by our public safety specialist team, our weather team, in conjunction with CAL FIRE and a number of other fire safety agencies throughout the state. You've probably seen that in an effort to reduce wildfire risk, we have what are called our layers of protection. The bedrock of that is our undergrounding, system hardening work, overhead covered conductor work, and then some of our programs on our distribution and transmission lines, which is our enhanced power line safety settings that are deployed during wildfire season. Enhanced power line safety settings are where when those settings are turned on, an object comes into contact with the line, it's de-energized. We patrol, we assess any damage, we make repairs, we run some tests, and then we turn it back on. And then our PSPS program. All of this is also at the same time that we're making a lot of system upgrades as far as technology and additional pieces of innovative technology like our DCD, our down conductor technology, and our grid scope, and some of our other LR work that helps troubleshoot issues, identify issues early on, and can help us safeguard the system and also help improve reliability. And all this is happening at the same time that we're installing stronger poles, doing covered conductor work, undergrounding power lines, and conducting significant year-round vegetation management work throughout the county. So as of the end of last year, we now have 34 weather stations installed throughout the county. They are highlighted in the dot map with the purple dots. And we also have 22 high definition cameras. That is a live feed of one of those cameras. All of this information and a live look throughout most of our cameras is available at pgne.com/weather. The goal with the high definition cameras is that we have one HD camera every 20 line miles throughout the high fire threat areas of our system. And that is a goal that we continue to march towards by installing additional cameras and weather stations throughout the year. So now I will pass it over to Matt to talk about undergrounding and some of the hardening work that we're doing.
Thank you, Nathan. As Nathan mentioned, we have layers of protection that include undergrounding, but also installing stronger poles, covered poles. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as overhead system hardening, line removal, and then veg management, which I will discuss in a few slides after this. Okay, this slide shows our progress thermometer. This is updated monthly on our undergrounding page, which you'll see there on the slide, pgne.com/undergrounding. System-wide, our goal is to complete 250 miles of undergrounding this year. We've completed 47 miles so far, and 182 miles are in construction.
I don't want to interrupt too much, but only to ask, and this came up in the last presentation, if this is able to be localized as you're presenting of what's happening in our county versus the region, would be very helpful.
You've queued me up, it
Thank
is
you.
coming. Undergrounding in your community. In Tuolumne County, between 2021 and 2023, as you see here, we've underground less than 1 mile at the hospital. Thank you, Nathan. In 2024, we undergrounded 3 miles in Tuolumne County, all of which have been completed. And we have 13 miles of undergrounding forecast in 2025 through 2026. Maps of undergrounding work throughout the service area and more program information can be found at the website you see here, again, that I referred to before, pge.com/undergrounding. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. Another key component to what I referred to before in layers of wildfire protection is overhead hardening in your community. Again, these are the stronger poles, these are the covered power lines, and they act as another way to reduce wildfire risk. And again, we have 45 miles that were completed in 2018 through 2023. And I will say the Miwok line, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, this is really where this effort got started, not just in your community, but in our entire system. So like I said, 45 miles between 2018 and 2023, 2 miles forecast in 2024, and where we have less than 1 complete so far this year, and 10 miles forecast in 2025 through 2026. You see the website there where you can find out more information about this. Again, pge.com/system hardening. There we go. Line mile removal. It is what it sounds like, removing lines where they're no longer needed. Sometimes this is because we utilize a remote grid, and other times just for reasons that the line is already no longer in service. You see the numbers on the slide. 1 line mile was removed in 2018 through 2023. Less than 1 mile was been removed so far in 24, and 1 additional mile is planned in 2025 through 2026. Undergrounding is a very lengthy process. It's a 10-year plan. So far, we have 1,230 miles planned in 2026. And later this year, we plan to submit our full 10-year undergrounding plan for 2027 and beyond. This data sharing portal, is where you can find more information. If you would like to be added to that, you can contact to gain access to the portal. It's undergrounding@pge.com. And in addition to that, PDF maps can be found at pge.com/undergrounding. The portal isn't available to all the public, to electeds and leaders within the county. But again, pge.com/undergrounding. There is a wealth of information there as well that's available to all the community. Okay, I'm going to shift gears to vegetation management. This is an overview throughout our service territory, where each year we inspect a great portion, 100,000 miles of power lines. We perform additional inspections in increased wildfire risk areas, which includes this county, obviously. We trim or cut down more than 1 million trees that pose a safety concern, and address dead, diseased, and dying trees / hazardous trees where appropriate. Again, it could be trim, it could be cutting the branches that are just above the lines. In some cases, it may necessitate a full tree removal. So again, this is a little redundant, but we do spend a lot of time reviewing the trees that pose a safety concern. There are an additional round of inspections in high fire risk areas where we see problems with circuits and where vegetation presents a problem for our lines. This may necessitate additional trimming near circuits that have experienced a high volume of vegetation-caused power outages. And there are also programs to prevent outages like EPSS, what I referred to earlier. So limbs are cut back that have the potential to fall on our lines and trip those EPSS circuits, which Nathan will talk about that a little bit more later. So this is the localized information in Tuolumne County. You'll see where our work is focused. In 2023, we trimmed or removed just over 29,000 miles. We have an additional 2,100 miles planned to be worked in 2024. A lot of that will be determined by the first and second round of inspections. We really do want to take a hard look at these trees to determine appropriate action, whichever that may be. Oh, I'm sorry. And again, another resource, pge.com/trees, where you can find out more information about our various programs. So what can you expect during this work? Advanced notification 1, like I said, there is a good deal of inspection that occurs in multiple rounds, and then trimming or cutting down as needed. We chip and haul away debris that is 4 inches in diameter and smaller, per the customer's wishes, can be spread on site where they would like, and then conducting safety and quality checks through additional follow-up inspections. Right tree, right place. Really, the purpose of this relatively new program is to not only address the trees that are out there, but help residents to plant trees in the right place so they don't prevent a future issue either in the lines above or in the gas lines below. As always, we do encourage, please call 811 2 days before digging to make sure there's no risk of hitting underground utilities. This is a free service. And leave vegetation work near power lines to qualified specialists for obvious reasons. And pge.com, right tree, right place, could help you find what the appropriate trees are in your given area, in your community. I've shared a lot of resources, and these are a few additional, pge.com/reportit. Nathan is also a good report it person, so don't hesitate to get in contact with him. And as always, the best number to use, it's one I use myself, is 1-800-564-5080, and then treesafety@pge.com. These are very good resources to either ask questions, report a problem or concern. Oftentimes, I see some of these escalations and issues. It is monitored very closely.
All right, now getting to enhanced power line safety settings, which is a PG&E wildfire safety program that I think all 5 board members and many members of this community are very familiar with. The goal of enhanced power line safety settings, which started about 2 years ago, was that this would be an additional tool in our belt to help reduce the possibility of ignitions which could lead to catastrophic wildfire. Over the course of the program, we've seen over a 70% reduction in reportable ignitions. This tree that fell on top of a line in Napa County is an example of a line that was enabled with EPSS. Because it was enabled as such, this tree falling on top did not cause a spark or a fault that could lead to a catastrophic wildfire. And that really is the bedrock and the goal of EPSS. So every inch of distribution infrastructure in Tuolumne County is EPSS enabled right now during wildfire season. So the way that it works, and I think we've talked about it before, something falls on the line, causes a fault. The line is de-energized within a tenth of a second. Anthony, Chris, and their crews roll a team out. Usually they get there pretty quickly and are able to take a look at any obvious branches, wildlife, or anything else that may have caused the outage. They'll start a foot patrol of the rest of the line or the rest of the segment of the line which is necessary to patrol. They'll conduct any necessary repairs, run safety tests, and re-energize the line. And that is a timeline of the process I just went over, with us ensuring that we're communicating with customers throughout. When the outage happens, we do our best to get on scene and provide you an estimated time of restoration as quickly and as accurately as we can. What you will see is that when the initial outage happens and you do get an ETOR, the ETOR can be pretty far out. But Anthony and Chris's crews are doing what they can to ensure that as they assess what the issue is and as they begin repairs, they upload with live information an ETOR that will be accurate or a little bit closer to what they estimate the repair time will be to get you back up and going. So this is an example of the impact that EPSS has made in the communities, this forest ranch community. It lets you know that it was in R4 out of R5, and that's a risk of 0 to 5, with it being the lowest to extreme. That an EPSS-enabled line was able to save the potential of a catastrophic wildfire affecting 500 acres, 31 buildings from being destroyed, and 49 residents from being impacted. And that goes back to the overall goal of reducing risk so that reportable ignitions don't happen and cause a fire or catastrophe in a community. So this is a breakdown of EPSS in 2023 in this county. As we can see, the number of residents that were impacted with a significant number of EPSS outages is substantial. From 2022 to 2023, we saw an hour increase in the average outage time of those affected by EPSS, and we also saw a bit of an increase as far as number of customers per outage. I will caveat this with, there were a number of events during the year last year that caused these to go up substantially. One of those was the firestorm, or the lightning strike storm last year, that caused about 35,000 customers to be out in Tuolumne County for 8 hours plus. This is also bundling in the Groveland outages of the 4th of July weekend and a couple of other instances. So the top pie graph shows you the number of EPSS outages during the season that a number of customers experienced. I do recognize, and I will say that Supervisor Brandon's district got the brunt of it in Columbia and Jamestown, and that is something that we worked on during the off season, and also Supervisor Half's district, specifically in Groveland, and that is something that we worked on and installed additional infrastructure, both in technology called GridScope, additional work on DCD, and additional line reclosures as well, in order to diagnose, detect, and also break the circuits and the lines down into smaller bite-sized pieces to where we can see what's going on, we can identify when issues arise, and also when outages happen, not as many customers are affected at the same time. And then the bottom pie graph shows you what some of the common causes were of these outages. There is a significant portion of it that is called unidentified. Sometimes Chris and Anthony's crews will go out there, and it could have been that a branch or wildlife was on a line, but then either fell off in the case of vegetation, or a wild turkey. There's a lot of wild turkey issues up here, and squirrels. The critter was zapped and was somehow able to make it off, and wasn't immediately in the vicinity once crews went out and foot patrolled. So identifying which branch on a wooded floor it was is tough, and also not seeing our friend the turkey anymore around the vicinity of it also leads to a lot of unidentifieds. In lines and in places where there was significant wildfire impact, we have put up what are called animal guards to help reduce the impact of that on our infrastructure. It's for the safety and reliability of the line for the community and also just keeping those critters safe as best as we can. So in the effort of improving reliability on some of these lines that have EPSS outages pop up quite a bit, additional fault indicators have been installed. As Matt talked about, vegetation management in this county has been extremely diligent in helping to identify places where we can do additional vegetation management to help increase reliability. And Anthony and Chris's team are constantly doing engineering deep dives and patrols, infrastructure upgrades, and running tests to make sure that everything is as coordinated as possible to help reduce any device or equipment related outages, making sure that the system is in sync. So as I mentioned earlier, Public Safety Power Shutoff is a program that we use sparingly. I don't think we've had a PSPS that has affected this county in a number of years, but in late summer, early fall, when conditions are such that humidity is relatively low, under 30%, winds get high. They get pretty high up here, as you well know. The National Weather Service calls for a wet flag warning. Conditions on the ground are dry and thick, and fire safety professionals, along with our meteorology and public safety specialist team, when they identify all of these conditions, we are likely to call for a PSPS event. This is a proactive and usually large geographically spanning event where we let customers know a day or two in advance that we will be de-energizing them. We'd let them know the day of, a few hours before we do it. Once we do it, once we get the weather all clear, once we know what the ETR is, and then once they're back on, we're communicating with them throughout. And all of this is with the goal of reducing catastrophic wildfire as unfortunately we have seen in the past. Our PG&E data portal has information about PSPS, some planning resources, the outage portal, and then a microgrid portal. That's at PG&E dataportals.pge.com. The slide that I was looking to get to is there is a difference between EPSS and PSPS. A PSPS, we know at several days in advance that we will be calling for the event. We're able to stage resources. We're able to put out community resource centers to help get customers some resources as far as device chargers, an ability to get a portable battery to charge their own personal devices, use the phone, get some water and some other things to bridge them between when the power goes out and when we know it'll come back on. That's markedly different from the reactive program, which is EPSS, which can happen at any time if there is a car versus pole, if there is vegetation that falls on a line, if there is a critter strike or something of the like. That is reactive versus the proactive PSPS program. And now I will give this over to Tracy for customer resources.
Thanks, Nathan. I actually have the easy part. I know that was a lot of information, so we just kind of want to wrap it up by giving you the resources that you need to go and look and read more about what we have. I think the most important here is our wildfire safety progress map. If you see here, one of the most common questions that we get is, what have you done in our area? And this resource is exactly where you need to go to see. You can look and see what we're doing as far as fire hardening, our undergrounding efforts, what we've done, what we're going to do, sectionalizing devices, microgrid information, and EPSS information. Also, customer assistance programs through our self-generation incentive programs and things like that can be found at pge.com/progress map. So take a look there. And then, of course, all of this, with all the work that we spoke about this morning, other programs that we need to do in conjunction, right, that are available for our customers, the portable battery program, the generator and battery rebate program, self-generation incentive program, DDAR, which is the Disability Disaster Access Resource, and then residential storage incentives. All of these, we have comprehensive information on the website where you can go in, look at the qualifications, apply for those things, and all those addresses are there. And then finally, our wildfire safety website, the reported app that we mentioned prior, what Matt spoke of, is a good place to report things that you see out there that need our attention. The California 2-on-1 network, and then also our Safety Action Center to make a safety plan. So I'll hand it back to Nathan.
And thank you, Chair Goldenberg, board members, staff, and community members. We wanted to get through and give you a quick update as to some of the work that we've done, but primarily wanted to use the time to answer any questions that you may have. I know there are issues that have come up. That's why we brought subject matter experts. We brought the information to be able to address specific concerns that you may have, and then I'm sure that there are things that this team may want to share with you over some of the improvements that we've made and some of the forward-thinking strategic delivery items that we have. Chicken Ranch Casino being one of them. We're working to make sure that we are a good partner alongside you, making sure that the casino is going to be up and going for when it should be. So with that, we would love to answer any and all questions.
Okay, so for the board, we'll do our standard, asking questions, and I intend to go to the public. When we come back to the board, I'd like to institute what we discussed at previous board meeting, which is a total of 20 minutes of discussion, 4 minutes each. So just, make sure everybody understands, that, before we get started on this portion. So we'll start with questions which aren't part of that timing, right? It's too disjointed to even consider that. So Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I have to save the nice comments, and there are definitely some for the discussion section. I wanted to ask about the status of some of those project hookups on 120, Chicken Ranch, and then when it comes to even a local housing project. What's that been like? What's kind of the plan to be able to hopefully expedite some of those?
I will let Tracy speak specifically to Chicken Ranch, and then Tracy's actually our subject matter expert when it comes to service planning and interconnection as well, so perfect.
As far as Chicken Ranch, we are partnering closely with the casino. Currently, they are getting all the power that they need from the grid. We have bi-weekly meetings with them. In parallel, we are working on ways to supplement capacity out there, but we are on the right track. We are serving their needs as they have them right now. So.
Okay, great. I also wanted to ask, with a lot of the undergrounding proposed here, and it's nice to see that it's effectively tripled from when we last had this presentation, is this going to be kind of usurping or in addition to Rule 20 undergrounding projects, say on scenic corridors, Columbia?
Completely different.
Okay.
You will still have your Rule 20, and any projects that you have in that Rule 20 pipeline are separate from the undergrounding work that's happening. You have seen the uptick in miles, and this is based off of what we've identified as high fire risk areas and then areas where reliability would be significantly improved by undergrounding. We will say that the general rate case that was passed by the CPUC this past year, we asked for 2,000 miles, they gave us 1,200. The delta of the 1,200 was supplemented by overhead covered conductor. So that's why you still see significant covered conductor miles in the county, while still now getting a significant increase in undergrounding miles. The commission felt that reliability improvement would just as much be able to be served by covered conductor at a fraction of the cost of undergrounding. So when they weighed in and they passed the general rate case, that was the determination that they made. So it caused us to have to pivot allocation of miles and allocation of work, but it's good to see that in Tuolumne County it ended up being favorable. But we are still advocating for additional miles in undergrounding and then additional miles in covered conductor in areas where communities are significantly impacted by the threat of wildfire and also reliability issues.
Great. And I just had one last question. gonna lead into a comment later, but I wanted to ask about the status of the GRIP grant with your team. And then for background on that, I know we've partnered with PG&E to do, it's $100 million potentially grant to be able to do investments in that infrastructure. Do we know when we may expect to hear more news on that?
So we want to thank the county and the board for partnering alongside us and a number of other jurisdictions here within the Central Valley in submitting a grid resiliency incentive program, a GRIP grant to the Department of Energy.
There's a lot of acronyms. all
Yeah,
the time.
I know. The application was submitted. It's a historical application. It's the largest in dollar amount application for funding that the DOE's ever gotten. And it's in their hands now. We haven't heard back as far as an update goes, but we will keep you updated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Haff.
No questions. I'll have comment.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, representatives of PG&E for being here and kind of having this important discussion. The first thing I wanted to ask about was specific to a neighborhood, Phoenix Lake Estates, Phoenix Lake Country Club Estates. It's an area that has seen, 2 power outages in the past few days, and then previously last year it had over 20 power outages, and it's a neighborhood that's not above the snow line. It's below 3,000 feet. Could you explain what was the reason for the outage the other day, and what's being done to address that? Because it's clearly an area that's well outside the mean in terms of what one would expect for just regular garden variety power outages.
Yeah.
So what's going on in that neighborhood?
So in order to identify some of the work that we've done there, as recently as yesterday, we have Chris and Anthony here from our electric distribution ops team, and I think they can speak to it a little bit more granularly than I can to answer your question.
So as far as the Phoenix Lakes Estates, as far as the cause, the 2 last week, those are gonna be under review. Okay, they're going through and diving into what it was because there was no cause found. However, we put new equipment online since that. The equipment has operated correctly as designed and prevented the outages from reoccurring. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that has been solved.
Okay.
I wish I had more information for you.
Yeah,
It's a whole
that's
engineering thing and.
Yeah, it just seemed, well, okay.
Well, our goal is to do, it's a constant fine tuning of the system to put additional pieces of technology in place that can help either detect or prevent the additional outages with not sacrificing the fire prevention aspect of it. So Chris and Anthony and their team and the engineering team and the EPSS program team are throwing everything at troubled circuits or troubled lines like the one at Phoenix Lake Estates to make sure that we get the fine tuning right to where these nuisance outages aren't occurring.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, it would be nice to have an explanation and to try and get to the bottom of it, because the county has done vegetation projects in that neighborhood. I know PG&E, and I appreciate it, has done a lot of fuels reduction in that area, and yet it's still, the problem still seems to be persisting. So that was gonna kind of lead into my next question, which was about, sorry.
Can you repeat your question? They're right at the end. I'm sorry.
So, well, basically, there's been a lot of vegetation removal that's happened. It seems to have improved the situation compared to last year when we had, 22 outages or something in the span of 8 months or so. But there still seems to be an issue with just this neighborhood. And I don't know how electrical grids work or where the connections are, but there's clearly something related to this neighborhood that makes it more prone to outages. And it's a neighborhood where there's plans to develop certain portions of it. for different recreational and business activities. So it's an up and coming area, and we'd hate to see it hamstrung by lack of reliable electricity. Not to mention the people that already live there that depend on it.
Yeah, and that's why we're putting in additional DCD technology, the additional line recloser that Chris and his team installed a couple of days ago. That's why over the off-season, we really went on offense when it came to the vegetation management, all in the goal that we don't have a repeat of last year, this year at Phoenix Lake Estates, in Jamestown and Columbia, or out in Groveland. And our commitment to you, and I think Tracy has a little bit more information on this, is that we're willing to address the community and be accountable for these outages.
Right, so we're willing to come meet at Phoenix Lake if we need to do a pop-up event there and spread information, answer some questions. We're happy to do that at any time.
I think they just want the lights on.
Understood.
But
Understood, but I think it also helps too, to explain what we're doing as well. I mean, you know, there is work going on out there, and oftentimes they don't see it. So for us to be able to communicate what we are doing, what we plan to do.
Well, that was going to lead into another question, which is my idea. Okay. I think it's all of our ideas. So I advocated for undergrounding at the CPUC. I think that's the wave of the future. That's a great way to address some of these power concerns. I look at this area specifically, Phoenix Lake Country Club Estates, and then Crystal Falls. If you look at those two areas, it's fairly densely populated. I mean, you've got about almost 5,000 people in a relatively small area between the edge of Crystal Falls and the edge of Phoenix Lake Estates. And you also have high vegetation area, and it's all below the snow line. So to me, looking at some of the other undergrounding projects that have already been done, that is a great candidate for a project like that. I've called PG&E, I've talked to CPUC, I've talked to most of you about that. How do we get on the list? What is the criteria we need to meet? Even if I just get an answer that, no, these projects are not viable for this, just so that I understand what is the criteria we're looking for. And then, so my question would be, is Phoenix Lake or Crystal Falls or that region a candidate for the 13 miles of planned undergrounding in 25, 26?
In short, yes, it is.
Okay.
And all the
That's
things.
great to hear.
All the things that you're doing
Okay.
in terms of advocacy, I think are all the right things to do. We're required by the CPUC to target the very highest risk areas throughout our service territory. And that's how those line miles are assessed and how they ultimately come up with those decisions for us to work those. And that's currently under review. So what you're doing now, what you've done in the past, like I said, I think that's exactly the right thing. By the end of the year, early next year, we hope to see what that full 10-year plan is going to look like for 2027 and beyond. And, you know, you'll certainly be privy to that. But thank you for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and great. Any kind of direction, if I need to talk to you or someone else in PG&E, or if I need to talk to CPUC, just tell me what I got to do, because I really think this is something we need.
And the goal is always to do the work where we have the highest reduction in wildfire risk and can make the highest or the biggest impact in reliability to customers. So the folks in your district are definitely in that criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cook.
Well, since we're talking about it, are the folks in my district part of that criteria too? Like, do I need to advocate to get on the list, or is there criteria? I think that's what I'm trying to understand, because I'll call CPUC, I'll call PG&E, I'll do all that. Like right now, we'll start with this conversation, but
none of
like
it is to exclude any of your districts.
Okay.
It's the county as a whole.
Okay.
Because of the high fire threat area that you're in, and the clusters of customers in different areas make them part of that criteria.
Okay, so the clusters, like, because when he says he's below the snow line because I'm above the snow line,
No, that doesn't
we get a
preclude
lot
you.
of. So it's basically the clusters of the communities within these. Okay, cool. I'll save my comments earlier, but I got about 5 questions for you guys. The first one is on slide 10, let me just go there real quick. It was, let's flip this around. On slide 10, it talked about the undergrounding. Do we have a total that we're shooting for like, if PG&E is allocating 10,000 miles, do we have an idea of what Tuolumne County's end game is? Like, is it 100 miles? Is it 50 miles? Are we not there yet? As far as knowing what the target is.
Sure. For the 10-year plan, it's an overall look at our entire service territory. So it's not, and again, assessing the highest risk and addressing that first. You're obviously in a high fire risk area, but it doesn't mean you're in the highest fire risk area in our entire service territory. And, you know, as we talked about, in addition to undergrounding, system hardening is cheaper, it's quicker, and it also works to reduce the same amount of risk. But it's not divvied up by county, so it's not
So
like
we haven't done the research enough, or PG&E hasn't done the research enough yet to know what that mile is gonna look like.
And we also don't know where the entire 10-year work plan is going to land.
Okay.
Yeah, because it gets approved in 3-year increments at the CPUC.
Is the idea to be done in 10 years? Because when I was doing the math, based on how fast we've gotten, it's gonna take 40 years to do. So that's
The
a
early-
generation.
I'll speak in generalities, but the
And
early
I'm not
years.
trying to be a smartass. I'm just.
I
like-
understand. I did the same math when I saw it.
And, you know, just so we're clear too, and I was gonna say this for comments, but like, I just want you guys to know, at this level, I really appreciate you guys. You guys get a lot of crap from people. I appreciate when I reach out. You guys are always responsive, and I deal with the locals. And so just know that if there's frustration or like love-hate relationship, it's mostly from the top, you know. So we appreciate you guys being here.
Well, that and the folks at the top are watching on Granicus right
Well,
now.
hello. We would like you to show up. So, okay.
additional
now-
questions?
So yes, let me go into question 2, and this is kind of back to what I think you just mentioned. It looks like this underground thing, great. It looks great, but the best bang for the buck, like if we go back to the insulated wires conversation when you guys started putting that in, it goes in, it goes quick. I know up in Miwok, I've heard from people, it's doing great, way less outages. I mean, is there a plan to just get more stuff done now that like is tangible and isn't gonna drag on for a generation? Like is part of the 10-year plan to just do more of that stuff? Cause I would love to underground everything, but I'd rather just get some stuff fixed now.
Yeah, the way that this general rate case broke down was that the commission much more went in that direction that you're talking about.
Okay.
Instead of approving the 2,000 miles, they approved 1,200, and they said we want to see an uptick in the number of covered conductor miles because we feel that your customers can realize the wildfire risk and the reliability improvement just as well with the covered conductor than you can with undergrounding. So we saw it shake out that way in the way that our regulators approved our 3-year work package.
So there's gonna be more, cause I haven't heard much installation work going on, but there's gonna be more coming of that.
Of covered conductor work here within the county, there will be more, yeah.
Okay. Other question was on slide 24. Let me go there real quick. We were talking about the enhanced power line safety settings, and I know what was I highlighted it somewhere. I wonder if the fault indicators. I think last year when you guys were here, there's issues where some of these lines just had miles without any fault indicators. Is there a lot more work towards getting those indicators? And I'm thinking more specifically around some of these, tourist zones like Sonora, Groveland, Tweenheart, where when the power does go out, and like last year we know Groveland lost millions of dollars. Is there like a plan to specifically put a lot more of these fault indicators in targeted areas to help prevent some of those losses?
And they have been installed.
They have been.
Yes, hundreds of sets have been installed across the county.
Cool.
And every area that we go to where we do not see it, and we identify an area to install, we are installing them, and they're mapped. And also to touch back on the covered wire or hardening, we have that program. We also have capacity.
Cool.
Which is when you increase the wire size for more amperage. All of that takes place in a tier 2 and tier 3 is covered wire. Different program. Also, any new overhead conductor that is installed in this county and it's in the high fire threat district is covered wire.
Okay. So it sounds like honestly, this summer should be a great summer if we have all those.
I sure hope so.
I mean, if it's one thing if power goes out, but if it's just a certain little locked area,
Yes.
then we're not losing entire neighborhoods at a time. Okay, cool, okay.
And we would implore all of you to help us spread the message, to drive safely out there. When folks take out a pole, especially during the summer, it can take Chris and Anthony's crews a bit to get out there and install a new pole. And if they're not able to backfeed the customers where the outage is, it could be a while. So I know that last year there was a significant number of car poles in this county, and they led to elongated outages. So
Okay.
take the turns easy, guys.
I'll try and remind people to stop running into your poles.
Thank you.
Two more real quick. So I want to read you guys an email, and you tell me what you think. This is an email thread, real quick, going on between us and the Department of Insurance, Ricardo Lohr's office. It's just one sentence, or a couple sentences. Attached is the latest data from the California Department of Insurance regarding the number of voluntary market policies and fair plan policies broken down by county from 2020 to 2022. As of 2022, Tuolumne County has the highest percentage of insurance policies on the fair plan at 40.02%. Los Angeles leads the highest number of fair plan policies with 81,000. So we're the most percentage-wise. LA has the most numbers. So is PG&E taking this into account when we're talking about prioritizing places to work on? Because we're getting screwed the most out of the state of California, yet we haven't burned down. We're doing all this work as far as veg maintenance and I could, the list of things, I mean, look at the Cerro project. Is PG&E taking this into account and saying, we got to help out Tuolumne County specifically for their insurance reason? We can't let them burn.
Yeah, so going back, it comes back to risk. This is a county that is at extreme wildfire risk.
But does this help? I guess
So, like
this
that-
might be new to you. Can you take this back and say, look at this, let's bump them up on the list?
So, yes, we'll take this back, one, but two, this is an issue that's been brought up in other mother lode counties where they're asking us to take back and to report to the state, and we do through the commission, the wildfire mitigation efforts, the vegetation management, transmission vegetation management work that we're doing to show that there are us, you and local government, fire safe councils, and other fire prevention agencies that are doing work to reduce risk. So that way, that can come into consideration when it comes to insurance carriers here in the state, and puts the commissioner in a position to better advocate for the state in front of these carriers. So, yeah, we're doing our best to work in concert to put our customers, your residents, in a position to where we can identify that we're doing what we can to reduce risk. Everybody's creating their defensible space, so that way we can get a better market here in California, because this fair plan is affecting customers and residents in a very significant way.
So it sounds like you bring that up to PG&E. I guess our pitch would be we're number one when it comes to fair plans. So hard to argue that. But thank you for taking that up. Okay, the last thing is, and this is just hearsay. I was looking for the email, but I couldn't find it. In our Natural Resources Committee, there was I don't know if it's legislation or if it was something no, it's not legislation. Something coming from PG&E, but they're going to be doing some obviously more work on residential clearing biomass. But the word was that they were going to leave it behind for the property owner. And there was a lot of concern that if they did that big wave of work, that a lot of the property owners would be left flipping the bill or don't have the resources to remove it. I have my own opinions about that. I mean, if you have property, but I just wanted to know from you guys, what am I hearing, or what are you seeing coming down the pipeline?
So right now in our veg management programs, when we fall a tree, take down a significant limb, we will chip and spread 4 inches in diameter and below. I don't think that's what you're asking about. The larger pieces of wood, we will move to a safe place on the property. For instance, keep it away from outbuildings or homes, things of that nature. But that wood does belong to the property owner. And we do not blanket haul away wood as a result of felled trees larger than 4 inches in diameter.
Has it always been like that, or is that something new?
I'm sorry?
Has it always been that? Is that always been the policy, or is that?
Yes,
new?
we've had a small wood haul budget. We call it wood haul. We've had a small wood haul budget in the past. We currently have that for extreme situations, but as a general rule, because that wood has intrinsic value to property owners, we can't just take it away en masse.
So if they didn't want the value of the wood, they'd be stuck with it though? I mean,
In most cases, that's correct.
all right. Okay, that's it for my questions, so thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I've got just one question regarding grids. So I know we had a separate brief discussion, regarding the grant application, but outside of that, what grids are in Tuolumne County? Maybe you can just describe grids a little bit. What grids do we have now and what ones are planned, if any?
I guess I don't understand the question. Are you referring to the current distribution grid that exists now, or are you talking about
I think it was
rural grid, microgrid?
Microgrids, I'm sorry, my bad.
That I don't.
Are there,
That I don't know. A microgrid could be just around a specific business or around a specific shopping area. There is our rural grid program. We had a pilot of that in Briceburg in Mariposa County a couple of years ago, or it's called a remote grid, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with us having remote grids in Tuolumne County, but making that a request is something that we can take back. I know that we have the request from Supervisor Half around the Groveland downtown business district microgrid that we're currently working on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the PSPS microgrid, right? That's meant to operate when we know of an event coming. There has been a lot of questions around, can we make that a more automatic grid? And we continue to look into technology to make that happen. I also know that we have been partnering with Groveland for a grant for them to do a microgrid themselves, that there have been some meetings regarding that. So we continue to look at solutions as technology grows.
okay. So that's the only question that I had. So I'm going to look for public comment at this. I'm sorry. She asked a question before.
My name is
Hello.
Rich London, Lundin. I live in Confidence, and Confidence has been threatened by major fires in the past, and luckily has been mainly spared, except for the 1919 fire. And I'd like to thank PG&E for saving us on several occasions. Thank you so much. And we have, personally, at our residence, Dr. Claudia Brackett and myself, have had trees felled because they were going to impact both our lines and our neighbors' lines, and that was just fine. They took the wood, they put it aside, they took care of it, and our neighbor came over and he made furniture out of it. So anyway, on that, we really appreciate what PG&E is doing, and we're working with PG&E to come up with some solutions that would not involve environmental impact, but using the resources that we have underground at the Confidence Mine. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
First, I did want to say thank you to Ryan Campbell, who I drove crazy last summer with power outage information, and to Dory Beats for telling me about the meeting today, and to PG&E for showing up and giving us some good information. I guess I do have a couple questions, but they're mostly for the two line guys over here who really are the front people. They're the people that get yelled at all the time by folks like me when the power goes out 3 days in a row and it stays out for 5 hours at a time and it's 101 outside. Is hardening starting to take place in Phoenix Lake?
So ma'am, right here up on the board. Hi. Please address the board, and if there's some, questions that come in the forum, we'll allow these folks to, collect them, and we can address some of those after, but.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
When I was sitting back there, it was hard for me to hear them because their back was to me, but, yeah, I just wondered if, in fact, they will be doing any hardening of the lines in Phoenix Lake, especially the line that goes from the top of Phoenix Lake over to Big Hill Road, which I've heard from quite a few line folks last summer, had some major issues, and PG&E was ignoring the fact that it had major issues and they needed to be addressed.
We'll get you a written response to the board, and then the board can forward it on to you.
Okay, also too, the power was out, like Brian said, 22 times last year, and 14 of those times were during the summer when it was very hot. Being the mother of a adult daughter that lives with me that has multiple sclerosis and can't do heat, it makes it very difficult to figure out how we're gonna deal with that almost on a daily basis. At least that's what it felt like last summer. So I got phone calls, I got a battery backup thing that worked for a month and then ceased to work again because the lithium battery got too hot. Then I went ahead and bought a generator and had some things installed and tried to get my rebate back for the generator and was told that it was too big by, I don't know, not much wattage. So anyway, it's frustrating. And the sooner we can get a solution to all of this, I think the better off we'll be. And I'm not the only one in Phoenix Lake that's really frustrated. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Chairman, to address that, we will be working with these customers offline to make sure that we address their concerns and get them the resources that they need.
So if you had the opportunity today to collect some contact information, perhaps?
We have been and we will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Lynn Otley. I own and manage short-term rentals up in Groveland. So last year was not much fun. Luckily, the two I own have generators, so it's not too bad, but I manage other ones where I have to go manually set up the generator. We had one on Friday around about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the first text that we get says, expected time to get it restored is about 7:45 in the evening. It was actually restored at 12:10 or something, 2 minutes after I'd set up the generator, of course. So is there a way to, I know it's very fluid, but just saying, oh, it's going to be 7:45 seemed a little arbitrary when you actually got out there and seen, what was going on. So I'm just saying, could we do a better job of maybe, even if you don't know, then say you don't know until you do, because it really kind of messes a lot of people up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And to address that, the ETOR issue that we had in Groveland is something that our team is already working on. There is a formula with how the ETORs are made up, and we're actively working on that. But yeah, the power did go out a little after 10 a.m. and it was back on to all 1,800 customers by 12:08. So we were able to make it a 2-hour outage. There was some equipment replacement that needed to happen. Chris and his team were able to get out there, identify it quickly, and then start the swap out to get everybody back up.
Okay. Sir, I believe you've already spoken. Sir? I'm sorry, sir. Sir. Our rule that we do on public comment is each person can get up one time? Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Jerry Lewis, and unfortunately, I don't hear real well, even with hearing aids. But I wanted to address some of the issues that I've seen personally in our community. I'm really happy to hear what PG&E's doing as they're doing more tree mitigation. Do they actually, after they clear trees and stuff, are they clearing the brush, the grasses underneath the power lines that they're currently dealing with? And what is the county doing next to our roads? Because I can't drive any place in this county that there's not trees and brush right next to the roads. And I've seen people just going down the road and a cigarette comes out the window. And I'm going, oh my gosh, what in the heck's wrong with these people? But it's not only that, people with some of these old vehicles, headed down the road, a piece of metal comes out of the exhaust as it disintegrates through time, and these hot pieces of metal are flying out. In my mind, I see we're sitting in the middle of a fire waiting to happen. Because we have so much overgrowth. I don't see any county out in our areas clearing brush. I did see a 90-year-old man Sunday when we went to Twain Harte to take our puppy for a walk. He was clearing brush next to the grasses, next to the golf course, because nobody's clearing the grasses. Part of our Firewise team has been clearing grasses on some of the properties and different things in our area. We cannot get any service from the county. PG&E's out doing work and they're taking trees and stuff. But are they also coming back to the county and saying, hey, you got a lot of brush, a lot of fire items that are laying on the ground, and I'm really not, one thing I don't like is when PG&E cuts trees and just leaves them there. Fire comes through, gets dark right there, we have another fire going on. The fire department cannot deal with all of this stuff. A fire happens here, we just don't have enough fire people, enough aerial fire people. Sounds like PG&E's doing a pretty good job of trying to address this, but I think we need to really motivate our county. We need help out here. We need the brush, the grasses, whatever it is, we need that cleared away from our highways, away from our streets. We can harden our properties, but just a block away, we've got grasses. I've been behind many of the apartments houses that are over here in East Sonora. They got brush back there that's 20 feet tall. 20 feet, and there's 1,000 people living in the apartments.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my time's up.
Yeah, thank you.
But would you please take a look at that?
We certainly will, yes. Thank you. Additional public comment. Good morning.
Good morning. Most of my questions were adequately asked already and answered, so thank you very much. I did want to get clarification, since Chicken Ranch was raised as a point by the team, if the soft opening on July 15th is going to be under PG&E power or still be generator supplied, would be good to know. Also, I just wanted to also echo Supervisor Kirk's comments about the reliability in the Twain Harte Miwok area with the covered conductor. That's been my experience as well. It's been significantly better. So kudos to PG&E for that solution and getting that out there. And we need a lot more covered conductor. And relative to Phoenix Lake, I know we don't have a specific root cause for the last two, but I'd like to understand if the lightning storm effects of last year have been ruled out as the potential cause of these two in terms of weakening of the system. Because that would be really good to know if that we really got on top of all of the equipment related to the lightning strikes that devastated that area, and that's now not an issue, and this is just a kind of a one-off thing that we're going to be experiencing. And then the last issue is that I'd like to suggest that we look into how we can use more of our local arborists in the removal of vegetation and trees from under our lines. Because we went from like 3 local arborists down to 1 that's not a local arborist. Thanks.
Thank you.
To address a couple of the issues, Chicken Ranch will be ready to go on opening day on PG&E power. No generators are being used now. That is that. On the effects of the 970 strike lightning storm last year, our distribution team, Anthony and Chris's teams, did have to do a significant amount of equipment repair and equipment replacement So as we find pieces of equipment that need to be swapped out, they are swapped out as such. So there are quite a number of new transformers out in Tuolumne County after that lightning strike event. When it comes to the vegetation management contractor, I assume that you're referring to Nate's Tree Service. Nate's is still on contract with PG&E, on call, and they do a storm response for us. So we are continuing to collaborate with this local business that we know means quite a lot here to the Sonora area.
Any additional public comment? Welcome.
Good morning. You know, as you know, we're all trying to, you know, get more housing in our area, and we're trying to keep it as affordable as possible. And there's nothing inexpensive about developing infill communities or housing. And I think PG&E's been great with what they're looking at doing with hardening the system and putting more resiliency and everything in it. It's always a challenge trying to get the planning done for, you know, housing and infill type communities. And, you know, I appreciate what they're doing with Chicken Ranch and everything else, but, you know, it's just, it just takes a long time when you're trying to get these projects approved. Another thing is, you know, PG&E does natural gas down in the valley, and we have propane up here. And I just recently did a contract with PG&E for my infill community down in Jamestown, and you get a contract from them, and it says, okay, you can pay $600,000 or you can pay $230,000 because there's a discount and there's different things for how you pay. And going forward, but after July 1st, if you've got propane in the community, and a lot of people want propane because not everybody's going to put solar in with the battery backups and everything else, so they need a generator. So, but if you're still going to do propane after July 1st, you no longer get any of the discounts with PG&E. So even though I've got my first phase of development, when I go for the next phase, it'll be several $100,000 more that you'll be paying. So I would like to see PG&E at least give some credit. You know, if you've already grandfathered in and started doing a project with that type, that you don't do it. But it seems that they're putting in some programs in place that are trying to make everybody go all electric, which, you know, I kind of understand, but when you're in an area that doesn't have natural gas, and sometimes solar doesn't work for everybody else, the economics of it don't necessarily work. So if we can work moving forward to try and keep things effective, that would be great. Another thing is when you're trying to do projects and you're moving forward, it sometimes with the secret process takes a lot longer than you think. And with that particular project, I had all my plans and everything approved with PG&E. The secret process took longer than it thought, and my plans expired. And so PG&E has a policy that you start totally over at that point, that all of the plans that had previously been approved are just wiped out. So you start over again, and then it starts this long process again. So maybe there's something where if something is already approved, there's a way that you can start a little, not going back to square one, but you can start a little bit more in that process. So if those are two things we could look at going forward, it would help with the type of infill communities we're trying to encourage. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I would like to address that. Unfortunately, the CPUC sunsetted any infill development incentives for gas or mixed commodity developments, and those sunsetted as of last year, with any not already in the pipeline sunsetting in the middle of this year. Now those incentives only exist for all electric projects. So that is something that we're grappling with system-wide. Now on the plans and SP&D process, is that something that you have a little more information on? Tracy, who's our subject matter expert on service planning, has a little more.
I think if I understood what you're talking about, it's the lengthy process to get a new business job through our process, right? And so that's been recognized. There's been a lot of growth in the state and in this area, and that has ended up causing some long wait times. I know service planning is utilizing what they call COTD, it's customer on time delivery. What it does is it really engages our project managers, our service planning team with the customer throughout the life of the project to ensure that we're meeting those dates. There's still work to do, but we have seen some great improvements in that process.
Okay, any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. CO Riggs is going to be our timer for your comments, and who would like to go first? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead. I'm sorry, Supervisor Half, I missed you. Would you like to go first?
I'll go after Supervisor Brandon. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right. Supervisor Brandon.
All right, hot dog. Just want to say that I really appreciate, especially the past year. Nathan, you had a hard time coming in. This was your third day. The last time you were in front of the board there, we were very upset, and I think rightfully so. There was some stuff happening. I just wanted to give most of my 4-minute time to compliments of what I've seen since we have been working collaboratively with you and your team. I live in that 3% region with the 10 more outages. I know we have a few areas. Since then, you've been able to help Supervisor Half and myself pull together a meeting, be able to talk to the engineers, be able to talk to leadership that's really explained a lot of the technical aspects. It's been very direct and I think effective and improved communication on the outages. That's been a lot faster. I find often it happens and I get a text before I get a text from somebody else saying that the power's out. And that's very helpful. I want to say that every time there have been customer concerns on vegetation management where PG&E, a mistake was made, you've been right on it to address that and providing a lot of the specific work, which, a year, 2 years ago, it's like, well, we're doing all this stuff, we're replacing all these things. Well, what? You have given detailed reports on that for the areas where a lot of that's happened. And that's incredibly helpful because I've been able to share that with people and let them know how hard these teams are working, what they're replacing, even if it's not on their street, they can quantify what's happening. I'll say lastly, I think the big, and thank you, by the way, on Chicken Ranch and our projects, economic development projects. That's huge. The capacity, the interconnect. I know we're looking at more in that area, and kind of the openness and hearing these local priorities is huge. The big elephant in the room is, of course, the rates going up. And I know that a lot of that is CPUC driven, that is, renewable portfolio driven, that is dealing with a lot of deferred maintenance that you did not create but inherited, fire risk that we all somewhat are inheriting. So I know that that is a huge challenge. I want to say thank you because when we brought that to you and said, if we want to be partners, you want to be our local neighborhood utility, let's find a way to partner. The GRIP grant shows me that PG&E wants to be our local neighborhood utility, partnering with us to solve a shared problem, which is a lack of resources for that deferred maintenance that's causing a lot of these issues. And if we get $100 million to be able to do that, fingers crossed, that is going to be life-changing for the residents of our county. And I think a huge thank you is owed to even bring together that team to get that application and to carry the bulk of the technical work in that is massive. So just wanted to say thank you. There are challenges existing, but you have so far been with your team very helpful in responding to them, very timely, and where it's something you can't just snap your fingers and make work, I do feel like we are working collaboratively to figure out an answer.
Thank you. Supervisor Huff.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Nathan and the entire PG&E team for your presentation today. And also I want to give some appreciation on 2 of 3 things. I appreciate the work that's been done on grid scope that has allowed for less lengths of line to have to go down in order to be restored. And I appreciate better maintenance plan and execution that has happened since we had that big meeting. I think it was in September. I want to bring to light, and I'm sure Nathan understands this because we've talked about this, there is still lacking an upgrade in Groveland to what was formerly known as the hub. Somebody referred to it as the business district microgrid in order to keep the lights on downtown in downtown Groveland. This was a promise made to businesses long ago during the PSPS days. Um, So I have received no response from your regional VP of operations other than PG&E did make arrangements for 2 different jurisdictions to have their hubs turned around into operational, I don't know what you call it, keeps the lights on for 2 jurisdictions when it's appropriate. And those 2 jurisdictions are Santa Cruz and the county of Humboldt. So I'm not sure what the holdup is. I'm sorry, I'm hearing your voice come back. I don't understand why. It has been confirmed to me that these 2 jurisdictions had PG&E do the work. They did not have to apply for any grant. And that's what we were looking for in Groveland. And we have not received it yet. So this is the last dangling piece of the puzzle that still needs to be restored. Let's see, there's something else I wanted to say. Oh, the example of what happened when we had an event happen in Groveland last Friday. And I think we had a member of the Groveland public get up and speak about this just today. When the power went out in the morning, it did wreak havoc for businesses in Groveland because the estimated time of restoral was something like 7 p.m. at night. So this gave businesses the idea that they weren't going to have power until then, and they had to make changes to their business. For example, the Charlotte Hotel decided not to serve dinner that night. So it's still, this is a problem that's still affecting Groveland businesses. And with my every last breath, I want this taken care of by PG&E. I feel like in the subsequent talks that we've had, this has been a promise made to Tuolumne County and Groveland specifically. They have had many losses, and their confidence level because of this last incident has not been restored. It's kind of it's gone down the tubes again. So I'm hoping for a resumption of discussion about this and plans being made for the conversion of this hub to something that downtown Groveland can use when the power goes out, and it is not in downtown Groveland, so that they can keep the lights on, keep their businesses going.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Okay, thank you, Chair Goldenberg, and thank you again, representatives of PG&E. I really appreciate you being here, and I echo some of the comments of my colleagues. I think that the relationship the county and PG&E have right now is very good. I've worked with PG&E in a number of different capacities, and I think the communication is there, and I feel like the concerns that I've expressed are being heard. And I'm able to get in contact with, it's usually Nathan who gets the brunt of it, but I'm usually able to get in contact with somebody from PG&E when I need it, and I really appreciate that. I'm grateful. I'll also say that you're in a tough spot. You either have to reinforce fire safety through EPSS, or you're backing that off and increasing the risk of catastrophic fire, which nobody wants. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So you're either putting things in place that are going to have more outages, or you're increasing the fire risk. So I think you've been riding that line pretty well in most communities. I think there's still room for improvement, but I recognize the spot that you're in. That said, Supervisor Brandon brought up the rate increase. I think that was exactly where I was going to go. There was a large rate increase working with the CPUC, and customers need to see infrastructure improvements, for their money. The vegetation work that I think PG&E is done and is doing is excellent. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, but I think they've really gotten into communities that haven't gotten attention in 20 years. And that's great. I think the technology that is working to automate some of the EPSS systems is very good and has been effective in a lot of areas. Again, some areas need more work than others. But we need to see undergrounding as much as possible. I think that's the way to really advance the needs of some of these communities. And if we can't do undergrounding, we need covered connectors. You know, either of those two options is a way to address some of these concerns, to kind of get us all not having to field quite so many questions about power outages and safety issues and that type of thing. So that's the way I see forward. And if there's ways we can be partners, because I know, you know, you and us, we are aligned in the interest of serving the customers of Tuolumne County. And so if there are ways we can advocate for specific projects, I think it's pretty clear from what you've heard from us, and that we all talk and we all know what's going on in our different communities. If you look at Groveland, if you look at Columbia, Phoenix Lake Estates, if you look at Crystal Falls, the 120 corridor above Twain Harte, you know, those are all our hotspot areas that have both fire risk and have both some consistency issues in terms of power. So if we can work with you to prioritize that, or just kind of advocate for those communities, I think we're all on board with that. So thank you very much for your time and for being present to hear our comments and hear from the community.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I was just here listening to the tone of the conversation today. It's much different than where we were last year, and I think that's where we all wanted it to go. And I ran into Nathan at, was it the CSAC? Yeah, and I asked Nathan, hey, who's your loudest county when it comes to, you know, complaining about PG&E? He's like, oh, Tuolumne County, by far. So constituents out there, be aware, we are the loudest, most obnoxious board when it comes to PG&E, and it was for good reason. But I do feel like things are changing, and I appreciate you guys, Nathan, Chris, you guys. Every time I reach out, like I said, you guys are always responsive. And I do still think there's a little bit of room for improvement, but I really appreciate where we're at today. I just want to end it. You know, I have 4 kids. 2 of them are still really little, and so I always have to like break things down to like baby level. And I think what I'm walking away from this is the underground thing to me is kind of a joke. The timeline, that's kind of out of your hands, but again, where we can do some more of that, you know, that wire work, I think that's immediate improvements. You're hearing from people in the audience who are seeing the results of that, and everybody keeps talking about that rate increase. That's what you guys. No one's going to ever talk about the good stuff, right? It's just like in politics; it's always highlight the bad. But a lot of good movement. But with that rate increase, that's what I think PG&E is up against. Is people are just fed up with just across the board with how the financial outlook is in this economy. So that's, like Supervisor Campbell said, I think to continue to see more infrastructure and to see really just the power on, I think people will be able to stomach. I don't think they're going to be able to stomach much rate increase at all, but it'll at least make it more palatable, if I'm saying that right. And then just, I think the big thing on the horizon is if you guys do more work in the community and you're going to be cutting down trees and leaving them, I think that's going to be another big stinker on the horizon. So just figure out how to prepare for that and how to maybe help mitigate it. I don't know. We got a lot of people who cut firewood and do that for business. I don't know if we could GPS track this and get waivers from homeowners to say, yeah, you can come here and pick up my wood. But I know we're going to have a lot of people on fixed incomes who are going to struggle with not having anywhere for that to go. So just trying, maybe if we can maybe get ahead of that a little bit, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, I just want to end it. Supervisor Brandon brought up the GRIP grant, and I was looking at one of the benefits that it talks about online is the ability, in the grant proposal, you have to demonstrate some of the benefits. And I just want to reiterate, Tuolumne County is number 1 with 40.02% fair plan. So if we can figure out a way to highlight that to PG&E and for the SCRIP grant, and really just, I have my own ideas about insurance, but if there's any way that would help steer PG&E towards prioritizing some things, I would appreciate it. And thank you guys for being here.
Okay. Well, Tuolumne County's loud, but not necessarily obnoxious. But we can be. Yeah, I'd just like to, start with, I really appreciate the presentation today. And as just mentioned, a lot different from what we saw about a year ago with all the issues, and voluntarily made a lot of progress. You got pushed into making progress in some cases. And in other cases, I think we heard today a lightning bus coming in with hundreds of strikes, found some stuff, and that resulted in some new equipment, being put out there. Transformers, like you said, I think there was quite a few of those. The rate increase, yeah, that's on everybody's mind. And what I heard, I forget who mentioned it, but is what is the person who lives here going to see out of that? How is their life going to be improved? And so if you're doing active, good hardening efforts, and that cuts way back on the amount of outages, that people are faced with, that's a good benefit, and that's something that's tangible, that they can see. So always keep that in mind, please. Again, today, this was a good session. You had the right people in the room. You were able to answer questions on the spot. In other areas, I see that you can do some follow-up, so that's really good and appreciated.
Yeah, if I could close with a
Yes,
couple of
please,
things,
Jim.
Supervisor
Yeah.
or Chairman Goldenberg and members. Tuolumne County is the loudest county that I cover, but it's for good reason. There are areas of improvement for us, and there are a significant amount of factors that you have that maybe other communities don't. So I thank all of you for your advocacy and very direct advocacy for your constituents. It's not something that's lost on any of us at PG&E, and it's something that has challenged us to show up better, frankly, and to do a better job of delivering for your community. Rates is something that is top of mind for us. Over the course of the last decade, we've seen rate burden be a significant impact, or be a significant issue of impact to our residential customers. A third of your overall bill are state mandates that get tacked on and just end up on your bill. Idea comes up, gets passed by the legislature or the commission, and then it makes its way to your bill. So in the coming year or two, we'll be coming to you for help on advocating to see if we can roll some of those things off the bill to realize significant, immediate, and tangible savings for customers, because we understand the effect that these rate increases have. On our end, we're tightening our belts at PG&E. We're, over the course of the last year, have found a way to decrease a significant amount, $510 million in savings last year, 300 of that being in vegetation management, while continuing the same standard of work. It's just renegotiating contracts and consolidating vendors, improving the way we do interconnection, and doing significant other work. Our goal is by years 25 and 26 to decrease residential customer bills. Certain programs do make up a significant bit of your bill, and that is vegetation management. Is if your residential customer bill is $200, your vegetation management work is 10% of that bill, or $20. And then if you're a non-solar customer, you're paying $35 a month to subsidize residential solar. You're also paying 6% of your overall bill to subsidize CARE and FERA. So once you bundle all of these things together, plus state mandates, it has a significant impact on bills. So we're going to continue efforts in pushing for more parity and more equity around some of these subsidies that are provided to rooftop solar, and maybe relooking at some of the way we do public purpose programs, and continuing to tighten our belts and be more efficient around veg management and some of those other things to continue that road towards real customer savings on residential bills. I'll conclude by saying it's a privilege for us to serve Tuolumne County and get to work alongside all of you every day. There's hundreds of coworkers that live, pay taxes, and own homes in this community. They are members of your church, they play in your kids' soccer leagues, and they are a real part of Tuolumne County. So when 970 lightning strikes affect the entire grid, you have hundreds of coworkers that are rushing to get here to this county to lend a helping hand to our coworkers who already live here and are working on it. So we're doing our part, we're showing up with pride, and we are going to continue to always improve the way that we show up for you and deliver service in the safest and in the future most cost-effective way for Tuolumne County. So we appreciate your partnership.
Very good. And your communications have really been excellent. Whenever there's things going on, storms related, outages, and trying to project when they're going to be, how many customers are coming back online, all of that's great and much appreciated. Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll decide what we're going to do next on our agenda here momentarily. All righty, so we are going to resume our meeting at this time, and I'd like the clerk to please read item 11 a.m. appointment.
11 a.m., authorizing an impact assessment study to determine the economic feasibility of the County of Tuolumne joining with Pioneer Community Energy CCA.
So good day and welcome, and turn it over to you, Robbie.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I'm a Senior Administrative Analyst over Economic Development for Tuolumne County. And today I am joined by Pioneer Community Energy, Alice Dowden Calvillo, a council member with the City of Auburn and the board chair of the Pioneer Community Energy, and then Dawn Eckert, Chief Executive Officer of Pioneer Community Energy, and Gina Stassi Vanacore, Director of Public Affairs and Marketing for Pioneer. So the purpose of the board agenda today is to get direction on if the county should move forward with an impact assessment study, which would determine the economic feasibility of the County of Tuolumne joining Pioneer Community Energy CCA. So just a little reminder for the public, what exactly is a CCA? A CCA purchases electrical energy from the wholesale market. This energy would still be transmitted by the infrastructure by PG&E, and then, of course, is transmitted to your customers, which would be the residents and businesses of our county. I'd like to emphasize this, particularly with the conversation just a moment ago, is that this would solely be providing electricity and would not be the infrastructure, such as poles and wires, that would still be transmitted by PG&E. A little bit of background. Actually, I wanted to take a moment and mention on this slide, it says board priority 2.5, but this slide was made before some of the board's priorities were rewritten a little bit back, so that number is not quite accurate. But it does support board priorities of supporting business attraction and creating a resilient economy. Both businesses and residents may benefit from the available programs and cost savings that a CCA may offer. And it could serve to attract businesses and support the economic recovery and have a higher economic impact due to the higher financial capital that a individual or business would have. Just a little bit of a review. Back in January, on January 23rd of 2004, I presented the concept of a CCA. And I asked the board if they would like me to continue exploring the possibility of Tuolumne County joining the CCA. And the board was asked with any questions that they had concerning joining a CCA. And a summary of those questions raised were the cost of Tuolumne joining a CCA and the rates that would be charged to the consumers. What is the overall emphasis of each particular CCA, such as do they emphasize rates, reduction of carbon emissions, or available programs? And what type of projects do they support, and what programs do they offer to the consumer? What type of energy they purchase? And what would be the level of involvement required by Tuolumne County, the level of input and control the county would have if they join the CCA, and what would be the long-term commitment overall? During my research, a question that often arose was, would an RFP be required? And since the CCA is a joint powers authority, a pseudo-government organization, an RFP wouldn't be appropriate. And I actually asked this question to other jurisdictions, other CCAs, the California Community Choice Association, They were all consulted, and no known jurisdiction has used the RFP process to choose a CCA. So in my research, I interviewed 5 CCAs. All are in Northern California, and they operate under Pacific Gas and Electric territory to discuss their organization. The questions expressed by the board in January were asked of the CCAs and asked also of the possibility of Tuolumne County joining their JPA. And a detailed description of the information that I received from those CCAs can be seen in the interview matrix that is attached to this agenda item. So something interesting is many aspects such as the governing organization, the timelines of joining a CCA, and the level of involvement that would be required of Tuolumne County was relatively similar across CCAs. When asked about Tuolumne County joining, only Pioneer Community expressed a genuine interest in Tuolumne County joining. And many of the other CCAs actually suggested that Pioneer Community Energy would be the best fit for our county. A word about the fiscal impact. For this impact assessment study that we're here to discuss today, Pioneer Energy would cover half of the $30,000 cost for that study, and this would leave the jurisdiction responsible for $15,000. Just to note a couple of things, the city of Sonora will decide on July 1st if they would also like to move forward with an impact assessment study, and if so, they could share a portion of this cost. I'd also like to mention that this $15,000 or whatever cost that we end up paying by the County of Tuolumne is not currently budgeted, so we would have to find where that would exist in our budget. Another possibility too is that if we wanted to revisit the TPPA item, that could also be an avenue of funding this. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Pioneer Community Energy, which would like to present more about their organization. Give me 1 second to switch over.
Great. Is it this button here?
Yeah. Okay. Space bar.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Board Supervisors, for having us here today. We actually had a beautiful ride down here from Placer County. And I also want to recognize your staff, Robbie. He's been an absolute gem to work with and got us to where we are today. So thank you, Robbie. Just a few points. One is I'd like to just lower any anxiety that you may have. We're not joining Pioneer Community Energy today. I think today is about introduction of what we do and looking at an impact assessment study, which I'll talk a little bit more about what that is. And really that's where the numbers have to pan out to say this makes sense for the JPA as well as the county. Second point I'd like to make is that this is about choice. So if this all works out in the future to join Pioneer Community Energy, it's about giving your citizens a choice. It's not about just replacing PG&E, and they have the choice to always either join the CCA or stay with PG&E. That partnership, and we heard that in the presentation before that, none of that changed. So the transmission and distribution side of the business is still with PG&E. We'd be the electrons on the system, and so it's the generation portion of the bill that would be with Pioneer Community Energy. PG&E is a competitor on the generation side, but they're also a partner with us, and we don't work if their system's not working either. So it's a partnership, and none of that would be impacted if you join a CCA. And then lastly would be that this for $15,000 max, that may be less when you share it with Sonora, is get you into the game, into this energy game. If you want to join or have your own utility, for instance, it's probably going to cost you $500 million to purchase the system. And then you have to build the infrastructure to maintain the system. So what this is going to do for you today is not going to be starting your own utility. It at least gets you, though, in the game for minimal cost on the energy side of the business to take future of that and to give your citizens a choice. And that's the advantage of joining a JPA as opposed to also forming your own. If you want to do your own CCA, it certainly wouldn't be $500 million, but you have to have the working capital upfront, certainly to fund that timing difference between paying power suppliers and actually getting receipts from your customers. This helps you avoid all that, plus you're dealing with a board that's well experienced in these issues for the last 5-6 years now, and you have that comfort that you have much less risk going into this. So, next slide here would be just talked about what is a CCA. I think the point here I would make with this map would be, if you look at the map from Eureka down to San Diego, it's all CCAs. And then the middle part of the state, inland, is been left out of this CCA revolution, if you will. So I'm really proud of our board, who has, willing to fund half of the impact assessment study, willing to be here today to talk about what we do and having you join us. We've made it a mission that we want to be the CCA for this region. You'll look at the map that we cover, which is El Dorado, a portion of Nevada County. We're looking at Sutter County, also, and of course, Placer County. We are the CCA that I think when we're looking at Tuolumne, it's a like-minded. It's very, very important for us that not only the numbers add up, but we're also talking to like-minded folks, and that's why we're here today. We talked about how does the CCA work. So again, it's the T&D part of the system stays with PG&E. We provide the electrons on that system, and then we both provide customer service. About Pioneer, so we've been around since 2018. We are a JPA, and that means Joint Powers Agreement, meaning that there's a firewall between your general fund and the JPA. So when you join this, it's not like the general fund is at risk. That risk stays with the JPA. Provide 170,000 meters, but our population that we serve is close to 1 million. Next slide, please. Our territory, so what I'd like to talk about here is that we don't compete with other public power agencies. So for instance, in Placer County, we're not in Roseville Electric's territory. We're not going to be competing with Truckee, Public Utility, or SMUD. So we have also a sliver of SMUD in Sacramento Municipal Utility District in El Dorado County, as well as Placer. And we don't compete with other public power agencies. This was formed through legislation back in 2002 to compete with the investor-owned utilities on the generation side of the bill. And the first CCA launched in 2010. And 14 years later, we've got 25 CCAs now, serving majority of the state as far as population goes. So you would not be coming to this as serial number one. This has been well vetted out. So maybe with that note, I'll give this over to Alice, our board chair.
All right. Mobile mics. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Alice Dowden-Calvillo, and I am a fellow elected official. I'm on the City Council for the City of Auburn in Placer County. And I am the City of Auburn's representative on Pioneer Community Energy, and I'm in my 4th year on the Board of Directors, and I am in my 3rd year as chair. So I am really here, again, Pioneer Community Energy, just for folks, we are a nonprofit. So this is not about coming here asking to generate additional revenue for us. I am an elected official, just like yourself. And really, Pioneer for us, and that's really why I'm here to talk to you kind of from our experience. What I love about Pioneer is that, it gives our customers, our constituents, a choice in who their electrical provider is. There's local control because our board of directors is comprised of local elected. So each city and county that we represent has a board member. And also we focus locally. We try to ensure that we purchase power locally where we can. So it might be hydro, biomass, or what have you, wind generation. So we do try to purchase local. We also invest back in the local community through community support. We do a lot of outreach and things with chambers and things of that nature. And so, but I think most importantly, and for me, something as board chair that I really am very proud of is that we are in our 6th year. And for the past 5 years, we've been able to save our constituents our ratepayers $85 million. Right now, our rates are set to generate $41 million of utility bill savings just in 2024. And so for me, that's key. And every time we take issues up at the board of directors, I'm always looking at that rate. I want to ensure that rates are lower than PG&E. For us in Placer County, it's about a 10% reduction in electrical rates. El Dorado County enjoys 19% reduction. And Nevada City and Grass Valley are at about 12% reduction in rates. Our rates are adjusted on an annual basis, and of course, there is, PG&E, because we are using their transmission line, they heavily involved, their rates heavily reflect our work and what our rates are. But my point is really, we do strive to make sure that our rates are lower. That's really, really important. We have some local programs that we offer constituents too, but we're slowly rolling those out, because the other thing that's incredibly important for us at Pioneer is ensuring that we have sufficient reserves. And I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to build up significant reserves, because when it gets hot, and it gets hot in Auburn, it gets hot here, and the demand for power increases, the cost of that power skyrockets. And you need those reserves to ensure that you can purchase power and keep the power on. Another thing that I really love about Pioneer, customer support. PG&E can be difficult. They're such a huge conglomerate, but our customer support is renowned. We're able to respond quickly. We're a lot more nimble. We have a small staff. And so, and people, our website is incredibly user-friendly. It's actually award-winning on an international level, which just blows me out of the water. But really, again, low rates, local control, and choice. And we would be more than happy to contribute with the study to see if it pencils out. Certainly we need to make sure that it does pencil out for everyone. Pioneer is not able to subsidize power, spread that about. So that's why these studies are so important. But very happy to be here. And I just wanted to say, I really did appreciate your discussion about wildfire preparedness. Auburn sits on the rim of the American River Canyon, and wildfire prevention is incredibly important for us as well. So I've been where we're dealing with PG&E as well. So thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to be here before you today.
Thank you, Alice. And we just got a few more slides, and we'll open us up for questions just to keep you folks on schedule. I won't go through all those bubbles on this slide, but I think as Alice just pointed out, it's about the savings on the bill. It's also about taking control of your energy future. It's about giving your citizens a choice that we talked about, and also the programs. We have what we call Programs Advisory Committee that's made up of our ratepayers, the citizens, and they vet through the various program options, and then eventually we'll bring those ideas to the board for consideration. But you are taking control of that too. You would be represented on that. And then also just on governance, so the board is made up of elected officials. It's one member from every member agency. So one of you, when that time comes, would be joining then our board. And you decide who that is. You decide how long they're on our board. We don't have any sort of term limits in our bylaws or JPA. But that's another example of, this is not for profit. This is owned by citizens that are part of the JPA, and those are our what you would call our investors. Biomass and advocacy. So I did hear some comments in the previous presentation about the worry about wildfires, as Alice mentioned, as having excess debris and wood products. So one of the things that we're very focused on with Pioneer is biomass. We actually led the effort on what we call Assembly Bill 843, which allowed us access to public purpose funds that only the IOUs had at the time, to be able to partake in small biomass projects. Give you an example, two examples right now of what we're doing with that. Right now we're working with the city of Grass Valley to be able to use that biomat tariff to incentivize a developer to build a small biomass project in Grass Valley. And it's, we actually wrote the RFP, and another example would be the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, where we work with the project developer, and through the biomat program, it doesn't impact our rates as much, and we can then bring that facility with all the wood waste there on site, so they're burning up their wood waste, don't have to put it in the landfill, plus they keep their rates low because they've got a lease agreement with the project developer. So where the CCA comes in here is we're not going to be the ones that actually build and operate a plant, but we would be then the developer. We work with the developer, and they need a power purchase agreement to be able to get the financing with the bank. So when they have that, it helps facilitate then the building of the project. So that's where our role is going to be as an off-taker. Community regional partners. So, you know, we're very involved with, in the community with, for instance, rural county representatives of California. We have a few board members that are very active in that, and we work with them to consider, you know, other projects that benefits the rural communities, but also gets our name out there. We also work with each one of our chambers of commerce to support events. We just recently co-sponsored the League of Cities, a divisional event in the town of Loomis, as well as we look for, you know, sponsorship opportunities to support our member agencies, such as the Potters Baseball Club in City of Lincoln or the Memorial Hospital in Grass Valley. We also partner with the California Biomass Energy Alliance as well as Bioenergy Association of California, such as getting the Biomat ABA 43 done. And then we work with economic development groups. I'll give you an example of this. There's a company from Europe that's considering moving to the city of Lincoln, and Europe has mandates for they need to be 100% green. We're actually the one that offers a 100% green rate, and that's helping, and plus the lower rates helps get that company to move to Lincoln and creates jobs and works well for everyone. Community investment, as Alice talked about this is just a sample, but you know, since we launched, about 126 million in savings. That's savings that then stays in the community. It's not going to Oakland. We've got 37 million. One of the first things that we did with El Dorado County was sign a long-term power purchase agreement with the El Dorado Irrigation District. That helps keep their rates low, gives us the reliable power, and great for both sides. We also have 10 million that we've done with power with Placer County Water Agency. We just budgeted 2 million this year for energy efficiency programs. We'll talk a little bit more of that. And 1.2 million in renewable energy credits with a purchase in with the biomass plant in Lincoln, as well as we just passed a feed-in tariff to support small hydro and biomass in our service territory for 15 million. And then local focus programs. I mentioned about our community advisory committee. I just heard one of your citizens talk about keeping the lights on with the outages. One project that we're looking to launch on July 1 is called Grid Gen near the bottom there, which would provide a solar plus battery storage that for zero down that would allow customers to stay on the grid when the power does go off. And these are, when I look at, for instance, the HVAC tune-up rebate, this is an example where we work with local contractors to support that program. It helps our ratepayers with the rebate, but also helps our local contractors and services in it. And then the Green Light program is another example where we look at, these would be, you know, discounted light bulbs, LED light bulbs, but we look for stores in our service territory. So we're always looking not just to launch a program for the sake of launching a program, but how's it really impact our ratepayers as well as our businesses. And did talk about the Biomat program. I talked about the local fit, which is feeds off the Biomat program, which is the Biomat can be built anywhere. Local fit requires it to be in our service territory. And then we also are launching later this year as an adequate program that would be basically a demand side management program focused on agricultural customers. And so timeline for expansion would be, we're presenting today the idea, the concept. We're looking for a direction as far as partaking in the impact assessment study. what the impact assessment study does is that we'll look at time of launch, which the soonest it could be would be 2026. And what that means is we would go through all the administrative functions to make this happen, and then we need to wait a year between when that passes and when you join. And that's really through the CPUC. When all the CCA revolution started in the mid-2010s, and you had all these new energy providers on the system, CPUC was, we need to just make folks wait a year just to give them comfort. So that's the reason for that. But the impacts assessment study decides, projects what the rate will be at the time of launch, as well as what it would cost to serve that load on power supply. And there'll be some other incremental costs such as data management and customer service. But if those numbers pan out that it looks like it's positive for the JPA and you can then have the same rates as everyone else, it makes sense to move forward as long as we're all like-minded and from everything I've heard, we are. If the numbers do not make sense, I think we should wait. And we had this conversation with Nevada County last year where the numbers for a 2025 launch did not make sense. And so both sides agreed to wait, and we would restart those conversations this year. So again, go back to what I originally said at the start. You're not joining Pioneer Community Energy today. You're not leaving the generation side of PG&E today. This is simply to say, let's move forward with a study. And then we would come back to you in late August, early September with the results of those study. And if it looks good, then there's a few steps that we need to take as far as amendments to our JPA to have you join, as well as a resolution from all of you to move forward as well. But that would be in the fall of this year. I think with that, I'll stop and give it back to Robbie. So, thank you.
So just to conclude our presentation. So due to Pioneer's community energy's priorities and experience with rural areas, the staff recommends that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors proceed with the impact assessment study. Once completed, the study results will be presented to the board likely around August 2024. And at this later meeting, the board would decide at that point whether or not to join the CCA. And this would be necessary in order to meet the deadlines required to begin services in 2026. Additionally, Tuolumne County could withdraw as late as spring of 2025 without any financial consequences. After the spring of 2025, what would happen is the CCA would have already finalized their power purchase agreements, which would have included Tuolumne County's required power load. So there would be some financial issues if we were to withdraw at that late point. And with that, I'll open it up to any comments or questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So I'll look to the board for questions and would appreciate your questions. Please be direct. We'll still go back out to the public and come back for comments. So try to keep those so we can move things along and keep our schedule intact the best possible. Supervisor Kirk, would you like to go first?
I know, Half, would you like to go first? You probably have more. I kind of want to hear you guys so I don't waste time with questions.
I could go first. I just have one question.
All right. Can we let her go?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. I'm still hearing my voice come back to me. Regarding the customer support question, it was stated that you respond quickly. And my question to you is, what exactly? I know that PG&E has to respond for certain things, and then the CCA has to respond for certain things. So can you delineate that for us all? Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Pioneer does have a locally staffed and operated customer service center. We have several customer care representatives who are on call. We are available by email, by phone, by chatbot. However a customer needs to get a hold of us, we are available 24/7. Our live operators are in the office all day, every day, and we also contract with a call center that has data management and call center expertise. We pride ourselves on not timing our calls to 2 minutes, which is what some of the other utilities do. We'll take as long as we need to really work with the customer, help them help them resolve their issue, or really identify who might be the person that can help them the most, or the agency. I do want to remind you that because we don't own the lines and poles, we do not control power outages. That goes to PG&E. So with that in mind, it's important to remember that customer care falls both to Pioneer and to PG&E. This is an area where we coordinate closely, and relative to outages, we communicate with each other back and forth to alert customers, and we also work very closely with the California Independent System Operator, which issues flex alerts so that we can let our customers know in the event of a planned power outage or of a strained grid.
So I don't know if my question got totally answered. I'm going to restate what you just said. So other than a power outage, CCA customer would always call customer service line, or would they call it even in a power outage?
So in the event of a power outage, they would still call PG&E, but where we do work with PG&E and the grid operator is to alert customers in advance so that they have adequate time to prepare. Yeah, oh, and then in addition, if there are questions related to billing, what rate is best for a particular solar, any of the programs, we would handle that and work that through with the customer. We often recommend customers switch rates so that they can recognize or realize better cost savings. So we are a very hands-on customer care, customer-centered organization.
Thank you.
Hey, Supervisor Cook.
As far as, I mean, it's hard because we're talking about if we want to move forward with the study. I guess some of my questions are, long-term, what are some of the administrative costs and things that we're going to have to commit to if we were to onboard with you guys, as far as like from our county, our resources?
Yeah, short answer is none.
None.
Yeah, so we've got now 6 years of experience working with our member agencies. There might be, at the start, there might be a little bit of staff time to get this on the agenda and all that, but as far as using county resources to run our business, absolutely not.
Okay. Now, Robbie, do you know where like the TPPA fits in all this? Is there any, talking about energy, part of me, sorry guys, I'm not an energy expert, right? I know I'm young with glasses, but part of the thing I'm struggling with is we have biomass facilities coming online. We're talking about TPPA. We have this in front of us. I kind of feel like I'm a little bit of in a silo with each one. How does this all come together? And is TPPA fit in any of this? Because we were just talking about this a few weeks ago.
So this would not affect, because of course TPPA supplies power to government agencies, right? So this is only talking about energy being supplied to both residents and businesses.
Okay.
There is a possibility of, if there is excess energy produced by TPPA, that it could be sold to the CCA and through that provided to the customers.
Okay. And help me if I'm wrong. Was part of the conversation, Tracy, a few weeks ago kind of dependent on this?
No.
No?
No,
What was, because we were talking about potentially with the TPPA creating a position, but then I was told we're going to have a.
Right, so they are separate but can be leveraged. And what we were giving the board was the option to have capacity, staff capacity, and some of the funding that would be needed for council consultants and staff time through TIPA and not the general fund, and looking at, can these be leveraged together? What is the benefit? So that's what we were giving the board the option of.
But it sounds like today we don't need that person for this. There's
You
no,
don't
there's
need
really
that,
no
but
leverage because you guys
keep
are.
in mind, you do not have that 15,000 budgeted, so I need to go in, if you want to do it, and make additional reductions
No.
in order to do
No,
it.
the
so.
15,000 I get, it's the position. My understanding is the TPPA conversation was kind of, I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't need that position to have anything to do with this, because they're,
The TPPA was larger than just this.
Okay.
It was about your board priority of large-scale solar and wanting to look up that, in addition to CCA, and then leveraging the two together for the benefit of our current customers through the public power and the customers for the residents, should we move forward in putting those together.
Okay.
That's a really big endeavor and a lot of capacity needed, and we simply don't have it to go beyond the CCA without staff capacity. We cannot
Okay.
do it, and that's what we were. And the other one is, you have the choice by utilizing TPPA for some of the funding to do that overall look and work, which would, as they said, this one alone will take a year or so, but the other one will take much longer. It's that long game that we're looking at, that we are trying to give the board the option and the capacity to do.
okay. And then as far as PG&E does, I don't understand the transmission process, but obviously, is there any, does distance have any sort of factor in this? No, okay, sorry, dumb question, but I'm gonna ask it.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah.
It's the same theory as TIPA or public power. We're utilizing PG&E's lines in order to deliver the power.
I
And of
get
course,
that.
I'm looking at but just so you know, it's that same power grid that we're utilizing.
Okay. And then I was looking at some of these charts. Obviously, there's some ways to go as far as renewable energy and whatnot. Again, I'm not an expert, but I know renewable energy is expensive. So are we kind of locked into those options, or, because I can only see that getting more expensive. So when we say we're saving anywhere from 10 to 19% now, I could see it getting potentially maybe much more expensive. So is it being funneled into, eventually with state regulations and mandates, are we eventually just gonna be at like all?
So
Clean
there are
energy.
requirements on renewable energy, but what I will tell you is that right now, our rate for renewable energy, first of all, it's a choice. So the customer can choose if they want 100% renewable energy or not. That's their choice.
Right.
A lot of CCAs just don't even give you the choice. If you join us, you have 100% renewable. So here it's a choice. But what's interesting is that our renewable rate is still lower than PG&E's regular rate.
Okay.
So, and just for an example, the city of Auburn, we are a customer of Pioneer also, and we actually purchase 100% renewable rate. It cost us as a city, just for our city buildings, about $11,000 more a year. But what it's done for us, we all are subject to the same climate action goals that are set by the state. All of us have to reduce our carbon footprint. It's a requirement. We just did a greenhouse gas study, emission study, that compared 2005 numbers to today. We've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 50%, which is incredible. And the majority of the reason was because we simply went to renewable power. We have electrical vehicles and some things like that, but really the bulk, because we have solar at our wastewater treatment plant. That's it for the city of Auburn.
Okay.
So for us, we did that. It was a great way. And for the smaller jurisdictions, I've said this is an easy way to meet some of those goals that we're all required to meet. But it's a choice. So customers don't have to go that way if they don't choose to. The other thing is we pay more for solar customers per kilowatt than PG&E does as well. So the solar customers benefit from being members of Pioneer as well.
That's it for my questions. Thank you, guys.
If I could go ahead and mention one part to address what you asked earlier, there is no way to identify the electron that you're using in the home. There's no way to identify what was the source of that power. So really what we're talking about is purchasing power and introducing that power to the grid. So are we actually using that individual electron? We wouldn't know, but we are going to be, well, what a CCA would be doing is introducing more of that energy to the grid. That's it.
Supervisor Campbell.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of Pioneer. This has been very interesting information. So in looking through this, some of the things, so the presentation is great. That sounds really like a really good plan. But I was reading through some of the materials and what I could find online, and I just can't quite wrap my head around. So you're using, you're purchasing PG&E power, using PG&E trend.
We negotiate our own purchasing power agreements, separate from PG&E. So we will contract directly with, for example, Placer County Water Agency has a hydroelectric plant. We will, negotiate a purchasing power agreement with them. So we don't purchase any power from PG&E. We simply purchase the power and use their transmission line to deliver it to customers.
Okay.
So like the highway system, right? So, yeah.
Well, and maybe I didn't phrase that correctly, but you're also using the PG&E transmission lines, and then PG&E is purchasing their own power or generating their own power. How are you able to save $41 million a year for your customers and PG&E is not?
That's a great question.
When they're using the same.
Yes, well, there's a couple.
It's the same basic playing field for everybody, so.
A couple reasons for that. First of all, we're a nonprofit. We don't have shareholders. We don't have to pay dividends. You have a board of directors that are comprised of local elected officials that get paid nothing. I get paid nothing for doing this. I do this because I believe in Pioneer that strongly, and I believe in ensuring that my constituents have a choice, because I think it's important. Choice is important. And so, I mean, we don't have all that overhead that PG&E has. You know, our service territory is smaller, but really, again, we're more nimble. We have a smaller organization. So again, we just don't have all that overhead, and we're able to negotiate great PPAs, but and there's some regulatory costs that there may be too, but really.
Yeah, just to add to that, so the budget that we're passing later this month is 92% of that is power supply. 8% is other costs like regulatory, legislative, and administrative.
8%.
Okay, and then do you negotiate because I imagine you're paying PG&E for use of the transmission lines. Do you negotiate that separately from, how do you negotiate that?
Yeah, so that's what we pay PG&E is around 40 cents a meter.
Is that set by the CPUC, or do you do
That's
that
through a tariff,
one-on-one
yeah.
with PG&E?
No, it's not a one-on-one
Okay.
negotiation. That's the same rate for all PG&E CCAs.
Okay. And then, so you mentioned about the offices that you have, or the customer element. So do you have offices in each of the member jurisdictions that you serve, and would you have an office in Tuolumne County?
We do not, but we do have a centralized call center, and we have our in-house staff who really understand the communities that we serve. We do come out routinely. We will present to your board. We will interact with your chambers, and when we say we want to be a part of the community, we really do mean it.
That's how we keep our costs down, right?
And just to make sure I'm 100% clear, and for anybody that might be learning about this, so now instead of me writing the check, although nobody writes checks anymore to their parent, but writing the check or going online paying your bill, it's now going to go to Pioneer if we approve the JPA.
Let me just make real high level how the cash flow works. So you're still going to get, and this is through the CPUC mandates, you're still going to get one bill from PG&E. However, there's going to be a line item there for Pioneer Community Energy. And how it works is when you pay your bill to PG&E, then that portion that belongs to Pioneer is then transmitted from PG&E to us. But it's going to be one bill. You're not getting two bills, and you'll see it very clearly.
So you're still going to be bill from PG&E?
Yes.
But it'll say Pioneer Energy. Gotcha. Okay, great. And then you kind of addressed the interplay with TIPA, so I'll leave that alone. Thank you very much.
And Supervisor Campbell, one last note. We did include an appendix in the handouts that we gave so you could see an example of what a bill would look like.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask one question, and then I'm going to end with Supervisor Brandon has some questions. My question, and maybe it was covered and I missed it, but your end users, is this single-family dwellings, residents, businesses, combination? I just didn't really get a feel for that when we're thinking about what it could bring to our community.
So it would be any entity within your jurisdiction. So we supply, when you join Pioneer, then any resident, any business, any nonprofit, any governmental agency can then become a member of Pioneer. They can join Pioneer. Actually, they would join Pioneer, they could opt out, so.
Okay, very good. That's what I was hoping to hear. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Few people know this has been an area that I'm very interested in, so wanted to wait till last with it. Thank you for presenting. I really do appreciate it, and bringing board representative means a lot, as well as your staff. So, Jen, thank you for being present. I wanted to ask, so you have within your 2021-2024 strategic plan, talks about being able to build out one biomass plant and diversifying your power purchase agreements. It's a relatively short strategic plan that's also coming to the end of it. So I wanted to ask, in developing a new strategic plan, and if we are to join being a part of that process or whatever you project, where is that going to grow in terms of beyond just, I think, the basics? What are your goals for the next one?
Well, we're actually working on our strategic plan right now. So we're in that process right now. Supporting biomass is incredibly important to us as a board, overwhelmingly support for that. So we'll continue with those efforts. And I know that we're working with another JPA on the development of a biomass facility in our local area.
And which JPA is that?
The Western Placer Waste Management Authority. But I also would say that a foundational goal of this JPA when it was formed is rates, and that's not changed. So we do look at programs, we do want to diversify our portfolio, but we're never going to get away from our core belief that the rates are the most important.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask about the local feed-in tariff and the biomat program. So we have one existing biomass plant, 25 megawatts, Pacific Ultra Power, roughly. We have an equivalent green hydrogen that's about 50 megawatts with Yosemite Clean Energy. Your feed-in tariff is 1 to 3 megawatt projects, right. And my understanding is the biomat program, that's about 50 million for forest specifically, and there's a lot of projects suggested, and that it hasn't yet been given out to any. So I wanted to ask, for a county like us where we already have some biomass infrastructure, we may not be looking at a 1 to 3 megawatt unit, but something substantially larger and with existing projects. What would Pioneer be able to offer for those types of efforts?
Yeah, so an example would be, we have a plant in Lincoln that is right now fully subscribed to Southern California Edison, and they're gonna have some capacity open up in 2027. And we're talking to them now about, possible, and that's well beyond the 3 to 5 megawatt range, which would be biomat. That's an example where we want to do business with a plant that's inside our service territory that is biomass, but we also want to make sure that it makes economic sense too. So if it's a small portion of the portfolio and it is higher than what we could get on the market, it can make sense for our ratepayers. But each one of those projects that where you have already the infrastructure in place, that makes it a lot easier for us to do business. And we do want to focus then on our service territory, which would be you, but we also want to balance it out with what makes economic sense for
So
our ratepayers.
you do prioritize PPAs with
Absolutely.
Power producers within the existing area?
Correct. When it makes financial sense. Yeah.
Again, because, our focus really is on those lower rates, and so as long as it makes financial sense. And we're all proponents of ensuring that we can support our local economies, and so we will do that to the best of our ability. Right. But if the product is gonna outprice it and cause our rates to, be 50% more, then it doesn't make any sense.
I guess I was asking if there is a credit given in that consideration, whether it's lowest or whether it is a priority to do not twice the cost, but
So
if
we go
it's
through-
not the cheapest, but it is something that's strategically important.
We go through an RFP process in power procurement, of which we assign around 10% for if it's located in our service
Okay.
territory.
That's great. And I wanted to ask too, within the Green 100 and looking at your renewable energy standards, so is biomass included in that? And also, what would happen if the state decided to change definitions of green energy? What would Pioneer do with that?
So biomass is, for this past power content label, biomass is not in there. But we do have in our integrated resource plan a dedication to have at least 5% of the portfolio part of biomass. You're right, there is a risk with biomass that at some point the state would say that's not considered renewable. And we would adjust accordingly, but we wouldn't just void out those contracts because there's other values on biomass besides just becoming renewable compliance, such as reducing the wildfire risk and local jobs.
Okay, that's great to know. I want to ask too about some of the finances. So I know that generally CCAs have been pretty stable, but Western Community Energy was one example. Bad timing, but also limited reserves and a few problems. As a smaller CCA, financially, staffing-wise, and in kind of history, so I wanted to ask about your risk management strategy. So as far as your reserves policy, I know that that has been increasing, looking at the credit rating, you know, whether you have long-term debt and then when that would be paid off, to make sure that Pioneer's financially stable.
So that's incredibly important for us, and we've worked very, very hard to ensure that we have that level of reserves. We have a policy, it's so many, I can't remember, 160 days. And so we've been able to achieve that. We just received a credit rating, an A- credit rating, which we're incredibly proud of. You know, we're so young, and we've been able to do that. So, you know, again, our fiscal solvency is incredibly important to us. So, and you can expand upon that, Don.
So, thank you, Al. So, we do have an energy risk management policy that we abide to. We have a risk oversight committee that we meet every quarter on. And we look to be out in the market every quarter with a laddering strategy for the next 5 years. So we want to put a little bit on, we want to be 100% hedged this year, 80% hedged next year, 60-40-20. And that's a rolling average, so that every quarter we are relooking at that. So when we saw a skyrocket in renewable energy prices in the past year, because of a bottleneck of projects not being able to get online, we've already purchased most of that power 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And so when that crisis hit, we didn't have to just respond and increase the rates significantly because the power market was out of sync.
And actually, that was something I wanted to ask too, is what are you looking at for your kind of average PPA agreements as far as term length? So if we join and they're 6-year-old contracts, they're 10 years in, we join in 2 years, would we within 2 years suddenly see all of these contracts renew at much higher rates? And I guess the concern I have is it's incredibly impressive, the rate savings you achieve for your membership. But there's a lot of things outside of your control that affect rate savings. And without the kind of as robust of a program with prioritizing that, that's a concern I have to my constituents, is if that's why we join and then that no longer exists or it's not nearly as competitive. So that's, I guess, what I wanted to ask. How long before a lot of the PPAs might expire would we see a large rate increase?
Yeah, so a minimum that we want to do with PPAs is, our power purchase agreements is 10 years. Most of the ones that we're looking at are at 15 to 20 years range. Also, there's a regulatory requirement that we want to have a portion of our portfolio needs to be at least 10 years or longer. So everyone that we're looking at is going to be a minimum of 10 years.
Okay.
We've been in business for 5, so most of those are still in place, and the ones that we're looking at now, we look at the market to say, okay, this is probably not a great time to do a PPA, but we're seeing that the bottleneck on power supply is starting to break, and we're seeing some improvement. We'll be back out in the market looking at some longer-term PPAs, but we're not seeing something where all the PPAs are expiring next year and then you join and we're dealing with a bad market.
And I know a lot of the CCAs vary in what they do for power development projects. Looking at the SB 100 goals, I worry about being in the market to compete for renewable energy, even as fast as it's being developed. So I wanted to ask, in addition to the local feed-in tariff, does Pioneer work on helping to provide technical assistance in other renewable power projects, both in meeting that and getting favorable PPAs, but also in local economic development? And some feedback to that is our district and our county have both been looking at utility scale solar and energy storage as a way to create property revenue and jobs. So does Pioneer in any way work in utility scale solar energy storage?
On the solar side, we can. I like to pair it with storage, but where the renewable energy credit market is right now, it can even make sense without storage. But what we're more focusing on right now is biomass. So an example I brought up earlier was City of Grass Valley in Nevada County. They've got all this wood waste sitting there. They've got the land. They don't really know how to get this jump started. So they looked at us to using our technical expertise to develop an RFP to put it out there. We got actually a good 5 responses from power developers that say they can do this and fit it under the biomat program. And we're looking to, I haven't actually talked to our chair about this, but we're looking to close that this summer. That's an example where the city had the resource, they've got the land, they just don't know how to move forward with a project. The other is, I brought up the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, where they've got the resource, they've got the space for leasing. So we become that person that can get a power purchase agreement with that developer so they can get the financing, build the plant, and we now have local jobs. We're utilizing that wood waste, and we're keeping Western Placer Waste Management Authority's rates lower.
And the feed-in tariff is small hydroelectric as well. So
Right.
it also for small hydro. We talked about solar, but we felt as a board that there was so much opportunity for solar. So, you know, when we just discussed this new programs, we just went with biomass and the small hydroelectric.
Okay.
Again, we're very conservative with our programs right now because focus is always on rates. And we're young, right? We're going into our 6th year, and this is only our 2nd year on programs. And so we're being cautious so that we can be responsible to keep those rates down.
Great. I appreciate that. I have one last question. I couldn't find a published business development plan of looking at, career technical education partnerships, ZEV, other kind of things like that some CCAs offer. I did want to ask, one specific thing you mentioned was the community giving program being a part of Chamber's local events. Some I've seen have been pretty robust. I was wondering, what does that look like as far as for, 1 million people, 170,000 hookups? What could local nonprofits expect in either the amount of sponsorship, the number of sponsorships, the amount that we might see come to our county in kind of replacement where we often get some of this from our IOU currently?
I think that's a really good question. We are very contemplative about our partnerships, and really what we do is what makes sense. So it is not, $1,000 for each community. It really looks at what are the community needs, what are the large events, how can we participate, and how can we make an impact that benefits the customers that we serve.
Okay, can I ask how much overall then? Something with a number?
So for programs, it's $4 million for next year if our current budget is approved, and then $50,000 for sponsorships.
50?
Well, and we do have our new budget's gonna be $100,000 for sponsorships.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, billed separately, we join all of our local chambers. We participate in the government relations communities of the local chambers, and we go to the meetings where it makes sense for us to lend our voice or to provide information where there might be misunderstanding.
Okay. Well, very good set of questions. A lot of information there to unpack. I'm gonna move to public comment at this time. Just want to remind everybody, public and the board, our agenda item today is looking at this impact assessment study to make a decision there. And we've got a lot of information here. We may be getting a little bit too far down into the weeds in some areas because we haven't made the commitment, but a lot of the questions help guide us on the path, so that was appreciated. So, public comment, please.
Yeah, just wanted to sort of maybe be a little bit cautious about the cost savings. If I understand right, the cost savings are on energy generation. I looked at my PG&E bill and I was paying 60% to PG&E for transmission. So that means that if I understand the numbers correctly, that means a 10% energy generation savings would show up as a 4% savings on my bill. So maybe just want to be a little bit careful about that. Also, I wasn't clear if the CCA gets a different transmission rate from PG&E. So that would be a good question too. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Wanted to follow up on the ultra power thing. It's 20 to 25 megawatts that is sold off to Southern California Edison due to some Northern California political issue of some sort that I don't yet understand. But I'm just wondering if we did a CCA, this is something to explore. If we did a CCA, can we capture some of that and use it locally?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Charles Sagerstrom of Sonora. I've been involved with programs and policies like this for 40 years. And basically, I think the question before you is, should you find the money to do this study to fine tune your numbers? Absolutely, definitely you should. It was mentioned that it's time for the county to be in the game. Well, you've been in the game. You have a substantial allocation from New Melones that goes to TPPA, a lot of which is not allocated yet. Here we are in Tuolumne County. We're the land where power comes from, whether it's hydroelectric power, whether it's the potential for biomass power or the existing biomass power. We have a solar farm right outside the Sierra Conservation Center. I'm sure you know that one, Anaya. So we are primed to be in the power supply game. I think that's clear. And the possible benefits of an articulation with TPPA for that unallocated power, very interesting. I'm also here because I believe in the demand side management end of the equation, which is energy efficiency. As a board member at the Sierra Business Council, we're working on a rural energy network. We think that rural energy network, which would allocate the energy efficiency public goods funds, would articulate really well with Pioneer. And if you noticed something that slipped through the slides for some, millions of dollars of energy efficiency implementation through your program are done with locally applicable programmatic design, which could include supporting the local businesses that implement energy efficiency, HVAC programs, lighting programs, as mentioned. So, in closing, please approve this study.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and again ask that we'll do our timing again, please. We're kind of crunched here, but our purpose, the main decision we're trying to make today, please keep that in mind. So Supervisor Half, would you like to go first?
I'm going to be very easy. I don't see any downside other than the money issue of doing this study, and I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Just a question real quick for staff. So we talked about TPPA at the last meeting. Which part of that discussion where would the money come from? Which part would that come from? Would it come from a staff item or?
This particular one would come from the general fund unless you're planning to couple them together with the leveraging of TPPA and future feasibility studies and modeling.
Okay, so we can pay $15,000 through the general fund and then backfill that with TPPA?
I don't know that for sure. We're not putting this in together as a TPPA project right now. So right now, you know, that's what we were gearing for as staff, was leveraging TPPA.
So,
But-
so this wouldn't be covered by we set aside 100,000 of the TPPA budget for feasibility study. This wouldn't fall underneath
I'm
that.
not saying it would not, but you did not approve the budget that was presented to you, so that does not exist right now.
So when we come back and approve that, this will be a consideration.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha. Yeah, well, setting that aside, yeah, I absolutely, I agree with Supervisor Haft, don't see a lot of downside. And there's a lot of potential positives for ratepayers in the county. And I like the idea of additional independence for our community.
Great. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, all the answers on it. I think generally joining a CCA, there is not much of a downside for local counties and being aware of that. Appreciate you being here, and I do see, I think, a compelling argument on rate savings that's important. A lot of this is just more information that I'd like to see that I couldn't find. Again, the business development plan, more of a financial plan to getting a larger reserves policy than 160. So that would be, I think, really helpful and maybe good feedback to the strategic planning effort that's happening. At least key to me would also be business development and community support programs. Both of those are important, not to all areas, but to our areas specifically. Biomass is a strategic and critical priority, but it's not the only power opportunity that we have, especially where we talk about speed, revenue generation. So that's something that's interesting to me. And I think for that reason, I am still open to if there are other CCAs that are interested, though I do see why Pioneer would be a good fit. So I'm for moving forward and funding this study to see what that looks like and have continuing conversations. I did want to echo Supervisor Campbell's comments. I think that as we bring back TIPA, since this does have for the off-sale potentially of excess energy there, plus, a general energy benefit, it feels like there's going to be enough of an overlap that we could justify that expense and add that into either, from the contingencies we have year to year in TIPA. If we can do that, I would prefer that than the general fund. If we can't do that, I would support us finding elsewhere the money and having to make cuts. But I think this has a lot more to offer than it's going to cost to explore.
Very good. Supervisor Kirk.
2 questions and then I'll end it. The gentleman's point about the 60-40, 60 being transmission, 40 being generation. Could you just speak to that real quick? Are we talking about cost savings to that 40% generation?
Yeah, so to clarify, his questions actually were, the gentleman's questions were, do we have a separate T&D rate or transmission distribution rate? We do not.
Okay.
So whatever everyone's being charged, T&D rate, that just carries over to whether you're with a CCA or not. And then also, yes, we are on the 40% part of the bill, the generation side of the bill.
Okay. Thank you. And then Tracy, just one question. I'm trying to understand if there might be funds in TPPA to fund this. Why is that being obligated to a $200,000 position? Like if this is just to give direction to for Mark to say, yeah, entertain this study and get it done. Why do we have to create a position? I'm getting confused. Why are we saying there's a position attached to potential
We were
use of the
looking
funding?
again at the long game of if you wanted to begin a study for both this, large-scale solar, and leveraging CCA with TPPA. That will take legal work and staff time that we
So
don't have.
when you bring that item back, can we have a couple different options? Because I feel like it was, I see your end game, I see the big picture.
Yeah.
But maybe we just need to have a couple options
And
as far as.
I need to find out, and I'll talk, Sarah, we'll work with Sarah, I need to find out if this is not being utilized in conjunction with public power, is it appropriate to charge a public power authority for the expense, even,
But
no
it
matter
sounds
how
like
minor?
it could be.
And I don't know,
Okay.
we're gonna vet that
Okay.
out.
So all I'm saying is just maybe unravel that a little bit so we have our options. That's what I like. And then as far as what I'm looking at is, my big thing is resources and staff time and money and stuff. We're gonna go through a fun budget exercise here this year, next, and into the future with what's going on with fire and sheriff. So I'm okay with it. Like Supervisor Brandon said, if we can stay away from general funds, I want to. That's why I want to see what the options are. But I think the long game is if we're just signing up, it sounds a little too good to be true, but I do like that you guys have been operating since 2018. I'm kind of tired of having a lot of presentations on energy because like we've talked about like this, putting that big tank and making our own hydro. Like there's just been so many things in front of our board. So I kind of want to like, it'd be nice to have just a big game plan. Like what are we going to do regarding energy? I kind of feel like we've been kind of shooting arrows in the dark, but this does feel a little bit more solidified. I think $15,000 is, or yeah, the 15,000 is nothing to get some more information. So I'm on board, and I don't know how, but it'd be nice to just have a big horizon picture as far as what we're going to be doing, because we're kind of doing this, and I don't think we're going to have the resources or staff availability in a few years to continue that. So I'd like to just focus in on like what's our game plan with energy, and this might be a part of it. So thank you.
Okay, I'll close her out here. I think everybody's well in tune that we need to have further discussions regarding TIPA and the involvement here, and like Supervisor Kirk's idea of bring us back some options in that area, please. Just curious, and again, we'll get details later, but you made one mention that, the solar users might be pleased because they would actually get a rate better than they're getting from PG&E. And maybe you could just forward on some information just so we have that. We're not at that point now, but there's certainly a lot of solar installations out there, so.
Yeah, so happy to share that we've got 40,000 solar customers right now in our service territory and growing.
I'm sure, yeah.
And we pay a half-cent premium for the generation surplus over PG&E, and we just issued 6,000 checks this past year for 1.5 million. So that's the group that really watches their energy bill. So if we're keeping them, then it's a good thing.
Sure. Okay, and as far as the budget area, I feel if there's an opportunity to use non-general funds, great. If not, we have to find the money to do this. I did offer up to Tracy that she could take money out of my supervisor budget because I wasn't going to any more conferences, but she told me she already took it because she heard that I wasn't going. So, we'll find some money someplace here. And it could be if the city jumps in, we'll know July 1st too. We're gonna, if we end up combining, we're only looking at $7,500 possibly then, but I don't know. But even without that said, 15,000 is fine. The county invest in this, so I will look for a motion then from the board on this item.
I'll make a motion to authorize an impact assessment study to determine the economic feasibility of the County of Tuolumne joining with Pioneer Community Energy, CCA.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon and a second by Supervisor Campbell. We get a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much again, very informative. So for ourselves, for the staff and the public, just looking at our board meeting for today, it's 12:52. What I was going to think is that we would take a lunch break until 1:45, and then would like to have the board go straight into closed session at 1:45 in the law library. And so I would ask that the board clerk read the closed session item at this time.
Item number 8, as the Air Pollution Control Board, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956, .9D3, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Section 54956.9D3, one case.
Okay, and do we expect any report out?
No.
Okay, so for the public, I anticipate that that'll go fairly quickly, and so we should hopefully see you back in here for those that are interested. We had the one more item, the sales tax, probably about 2 o'clock or shortly thereafter. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment on the closed item. Okay, we're recessed as described. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. And we are moving to item number 7 regarding the sales tax. So if I can have the clerk please read that item.
And I apologize, just a moment. Supervisor Half, since you had to leave the meeting and come back, I'm going to try and promote you back to panelists so we can get you back on video. Just want to make sure we get that taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll stand by till we accomplish that first.
And we do have video. Great, thank you so much. You had requested, sir, item number 7. Item number 7, consideration of approving the final draft ordinance and the ballot question for a general sales tax measure for the November 2024 ballot, setting the first reading of the ordinance for June 18th and providing direction on the development of an advisory ballot measure for the November 2024 ballot.
All right.
Excellent. So we've got a team over here that's been part of this effort, and a lot of effort has gone into getting us to this point. And so please go ahead and enlighten us.
Yeah, thanks. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I have Chris Schmidt with County Council, and of course, Debbie Bautista, your County Auditor, Controller, and Clerk. And then Donnie McNair as well, who's the Chief Deputy Assistant Auditor, Controller, and Clerk. No, thanks. Yeah. Okay, so just a little bit of background. Your board has directed a sales tax measure to be placed on the November 2024 ballot. We talked about this in February, and your board directed that be a 1% general sales tax and that there be a 20-year sunset clause on that tax. And then we brought an additional item back to your board in April. And at that meeting, your board also didn't change any of the parameters of the tax measure, except that your board wanted to add a citizens review committee as well. And your board also established an ad hoc committee of 2 board members to work with staff on the development of some of the necessary documents to get this tax measure on the ballot. So your board appointed Supervisors Kirk and Brandon to work with staff here to put that together. So today we are looking for your board to provide any final direction that you would like on the ordinance itself. The ordinance will require a first and a second reading. And as your board knows, if you make any significant changes when we bring the ordinance for the first reading, then we would have to come back again for another first reading. And so that's why we're here, just to make sure that you're good with everything that's in the ordinance. So that when we bring it back for the first reading, we don't have to make any substantial changes. So the tax ordinance is in the attachment on the board's agenda, and my sincere thanks to Mr. Schmidt here for writing that ordinance, and also specifically working with the CDTFA, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, who is required to review the ordinances before we put those on the ballot. And he has been working diligently, and with Debbie too, actually, to make sure that they got their eyes on the ordinance. And we, the very last minute, got word from them that they are okay with the ordinance as written, except for one minor change. And that is actually the title of the measure itself, or the title of the ordinance. The ad hoc committee had proposed some language changes, and that is in section 3.29.010, the title. And so per the CDTFA's suggestion, we're proposing to just make a minor tweak to that title, which is the Tuolumne County Essential Services Transactions and Use Tax Ordinance instead of the Tuolumne County Essential Services Sales Tax Ordinance. We had tried to, kind of for clarity's sake, the ad hoc committee had really wanted to really make it clear that it's a sales tax ordinance, since that's the language that the public is most familiar with. The CDTFA suggested that we keep it kind of the standard language. So that's our one proposal change to the ordinance, and then I'll get into a little bit more here. And of course, your board can make any additional changes that you would like to the ordinance. Of course, that will require going back to get the CDTFA's review again, and we would need to do that before we bring it back for the first reading of the ordinance, if there's anything significant that you'd like to change. So just keep that in mind as far as timing. The other piece that I want to bring up in the tax ordinance itself is there is no mention of the Citizens Review Committee, and that was on purpose, and this is in the ordinance. Almost all instances of this type of committee are included as a provision of a special tax, not a general tax, which is what your board has directed. And so staff and the ad hoc committee recommended that the Citizen Review Committee be incorporated in your board's existing committee's handbook, and that all of the that the functions, the meeting frequency, and the member makeup of the committee be handled through the committee handbook, not in the ordinance. And then we would specifically note in the resolution that your board will approve at the second reading of the ordinance. At that point is when we would say that your board will be establishing a citizen review committee for this general tax, and we would mention a few things, a few items in that resolution. So, okay, so that's kind of the tax ordinance piece. And then I want to talk also about the ballot question itself, because this is the item that most members of the public are gonna see. So I think that there's a lot of interest from your board to make sure that it includes what you would like it to include. The resolution which calls for the vote, which as I mentioned, we will bring back at the second reading of the ordinance. It includes a variety of things. It will mention the item about the Citizen Review Committee. It also will list the ballot question, so the question that voters will see on their ballots. And there is very specific language about what can and cannot be included in the ballot question. You have to avoid words or phrases that may appear to be biased or attempting to sway the voters. There can also only be 75 words. It has to be phrased in the form of a question. Lots of items that, again, Chris was very helpful in his guidance in making sure that whatever the ad hoc committee proposed was legal and was allowable. And so the question that is in the memo here that we are proposing for your board's approval that the ad hoc committee worked on is, so it would, the question on the ballot would state, to support essential Tuolumne County services, including law enforcement, fire services, and road maintenance, shall the measure increasing the sales tax, transactions and use tax, in parentheses, rate from 7.25% to 8.25% in the unincorporated areas of Tuolumne County, providing approximately $6.2 million in annual revenue that cannot be taken by the state, subject to an annual audit and expiring in 20 years, be adopted? Yes or no? So that's the question. Maybe I'll just finish through the memo and then we can circle back to these specific items. And then the last piece that we're looking for your board's direction on today is the ad hoc committee is also recommending to your board that you also approve a separate advisory measure, which would be included as well on the November ballot. And the advisory measure would be a companion to the tax measure. And really what it's about is requesting public input on how they would like to see the tax revenue spent. The results of the ballot measure would be non-binding to your board, but it would help inform your board about the community's desires. Other jurisdictions have done similar measures on the ballot as a companion to a general tax sales measure, and the process is found to be legal and permissible. So if your board concurs with the ad hoc committee's recommendation to include an advisory measure on the ballot, it is recommended that the ad hoc committee be authorized to work with staff on the development of that language for the ballot question as well. So the final ballot question would be brought to your board in draft form on June 18th. You can direct any changes at that point, and then we would bring it back for a final approval on the same day as the second reading of the tax ordinance in July. So we would wrap everything up all together in July. And then lastly, I do want to mention, we have done a few of these tax measures over the years. And oftentimes the Board of Supervisors writes the argument in favor of the measure when it's a measure that your board is proposing to add to the ballot. We talked about this with the ad hoc committee, and it is their recommendation that the board not write the argument in favor and that defer to perhaps some community members who may be interested in writing a argument instead. I'll just leave it there. So next steps, if your board is satisfied with the language of the draft ordinance, or if you want to make any changes today and the ballot question for the tax measure, we will bring it back for a first reading on June 18th. We will have the first reading of the ordinance. We will also approve the draft advisory ballot measure language should your board choose to pursue an advisory ballot measure. And then on July 9th would be the second reading of the tax ordinance and final approval of the tax resolution, as well as the final approval of the advisory ballot measure resolution. And then just as a reminder, everything has to be submitted to the county clerk's office by August 9th. So this leaves us a little time still, but your board's direction was to move as quickly as possible, so that's what we're trying to do. Okay, so I'm looking for any direction on changes to the ordinance, changes to the ballot question, and if your board would like to pursue an advisory ballot measure as well.
All righty, thank you. Okay, so looking to the board first for questions here, and I'll go to Supervisor Haff again first, Chair. Do you have any questions, Supervisor
Thank
Haff?
you. It's pretty straightforward, and I don't really have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and looking to the balance of the board. Now, two of you have been working on this. So I'm going to go with Supervisor Campbell right now.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the ad hoc committee for working on this. And I'm really pleased with the ballot question language. I think all of that is consistent with what we talked about, and it makes sense. And I think does a good job explaining it to the public what it does and what it doesn't do. The main questions I have are related to the advisory measure. So I tried to do a little research into this. I couldn't find a whole lot. It does reference other jurisdictions have had similar measures. Which ones and what are we talking about for a sales tax or a special tax that this, because from what I can find, this is pretty atypical for a sales tax.
I actually don't have the jurisdiction names. I'm familiar with more than one, though, that has done that. I researched it to make sure it's permissible, and there's no reason that wouldn't apply to a sales tax. But unfortunately, I don't have the research on the type.
Could you get me those examples later?
Sure.
Just email, okay. And then, so I am also not understanding, how would this appear on the ballot? Would it be, so it sounds like we're looking at Measure Z potentially for the sales tax. Would this then be another Measure A? So I guess we'd start over again. Are people voting on two things, or how does
Correct.
that work? What does a ballot look like?
It would be two questions, each is its own measure with its own letter designation. As far as what the letter designation would be, I defer to Debbie.
I think I pushed the button. More than likely, it's gonna be Z and A, because you're gonna go back to the beginning of the alphabet. And then there will be two separate questions, one's binding and one's not. And it has to be a question that has a yes and no answer. It can't be a question with a laundry list and, pick one from column B, one from column C. So the few that we looked up, Donnie and I did some research too, they had multiple, hopefully you don't want to do that. They had multiple measures where they said, do you want to give, X percentage to this and to youth? You want to give X percentage to this? You could not, I don't think that you could have a laundry list where they pick whether they want the sheriff's office or fire or the roads or the auditor's office. I think that they need to, it needs to be a yes or no question.
So what would be, because I'm still not understanding, what would be an example of a yes or no question that would appear on, as that second companion measure?
It could say something like, do you support proceeds from this tax revenue going to fund law enforcement, fire services, and road maintenance? Consistent sort of with.
Just like a blanket statement like that? I wouldn't have to
That's
break down percentage or anything? Okay.
We could
So-
be more detailed, but
Why-
again, it's non-binding, so the
Yeah.
board, while the board could, while the measure could have percentages, whoa, you get what I'm saying. Your board would not be bound to those, so so it's just a consideration.
So if it's non-binding and it sounds like generally these are not very specific, the question that we ask, what is the argument in favor of doing it?
It could be more specific if you want.
Is that the goal?
The idea is to really gauge the public's support on using the revenue for those particular items that you're proposing to use the revenue on.
But Yeah, I guess I'm just not understanding, because the way I would gauge the community's support is if they support a sales tax measure, then they certainly support those things. Having another measure to ask people whether they support fire, law enforcement, I mean, I don't really need to ask. I've had that question answered a number of times with every conversation I've had in the county, but
It's the
I guess I'd be
difference
looking
of,
for some more.
It's the difference of supporting a tax measure and then supporting the specific services that the tax measure that your board may intend to allocate the funding to.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon, you want to weigh in here on that topic?
Yeah, I'm happy to, Supervisor Kirk's on with that, yep. So we had a good discussion about this, and as a general measure, of course, we do list places it could go, but it can go anywhere, as we know. This is meant to, I think, give voters more of a chance to be able to put on paper recommendations for where it should go that I think individually in our comments have matched, which is the priorities, has been to law enforcement, fire services, road services. It's to be able to put a clear indication that says, okay, of this ballot, say a hypothetical, 70% of people said that that's where this money needs to go. And while it's not a hard check, I think it is a indication to anybody who may be joining the board, future Board of Supervisors, that that was the intent. And it allows the public also to realize maybe where some of the intent currently is without anything that is a binding restriction that or invalidates a general. Hopefully that maybe explains it. I think that's the intent is to allow a formal statement by the public of where they would like to see that funding go, not just that we need the funding for generally critical services. That's where it's going.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk, do you have anything you want to add, or?
I think Supervisor Brandon summed it up well. We spent a lot of time thinking about all the above, and so I think I'll highlight what he simply said, which was specifically for future boards. This is kind of like a punch, like a bullet point. Like, if this passes, just know that this is where the community was intending these resources to go. So it's just a good reminder, I think.
Okay. I've got just one question, and then we'll look for public input and then bring it back to the board. In the I forget which one it was, but one of the previous measures, we had gone back and forth with the discussion, and I think had language discussing it of that additional funds would not be used to offset existing budgets. Supplanting was a kind of the term I recall being used, and there was discussion about that. I didn't see anything regarding that, and I kind of wanted to ask about that aspect.
Yes, so that was specifically related to the most recent sales tax measure your board proposed, and that's because it was a special tax. And
Okay.
so there was a special amount of, like a specific amount of money that was, should it have passed, that would have gone to
As a
fire,
result
roads,
of the
and
general,
law-
because it's
exactly.
not dedicated to these areas,
That's
then
right.
it relies upon the integrity of the board to figure out how to balance
That's right,
those
that's the
things
difference
out.
between the
Okay.
special and the general.
All right, okay, that makes sense to me, thank you. All right, public comment.
Good afternoon. You must know human nature. In the 1988 presidential election, George Bush famously said, "Read my lips, no new taxes." He then raised taxes. Nobody remembers the reasons he gave. All they remember is that quote and the fact that he went back on his word. It has become his biggest legacy. I posted a simple question on Chit Chat Sonora asking how people feel about this tax, and the response was an overwhelming 400 comments. More than 90% are against it. And fair or not, these were the main sentiments. 1, they lump you in with all of government and they think you are wasteful spenders. 2, they are tired of voting on this. 3, they think the reasons you give are always fear-mongering scare tactics for money. 4, they do not believe you will spend the money where you say you will. 5, they think the timing of this is absolutely wrong. And 6, fair or not, they are starting to view you as the enemy of the people. And any argument that we should be doing this because everyone else in the state already has is asinine. I learned at a young age not to follow my friends off the cliff. The state is failing, and people and businesses are leaving at rates never before seen. It seems to me like we should be doing the exact opposite of what everyone else has already done, not using them as an example. I will vote no on this, but not for any of those reasons. I will vote no on this because it will not work. Raising taxes is always bad for the economy. It adds to an already skyrocketing inflation, and it's just like raising the minimum wage. It might make you feel good, and there is an extremely short-lived benefit, but then everyone ends up worse off than before. I sympathize with your money problems, but difficult situations create great opportunities. I feel your board is currently at a crossroad. Either take the easy road, do what everyone else does, and continue to further alienate your constituency by pushing something that likely won't even work, or take the harder road, but one that will result in long-term benefits to the county. Come out and boldly announce that you are taking a different path than the rest of the state. I refuse to believe there aren't multiple ways to solve our problems without increasing taxes. Trust in yourselves, trust in the people, and trust in God to be able to collaborate to make that happen. Maybe we should put reopening the gold mine on the ballot right next to this. And remember human nature. People won't remember what your ideas or excuses were if they fail. They will only remember that you failed. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Good afternoon.
Hi there. I don't know much about this, but I was looking at the title to support essential Tuolumne County services, including law enforcement, fire services, and road maintenance. And Mike was pointing out that there's no actual guarantee of the allocation of the funds to those particular items, that it actually goes into the general fund and then can be determined where they go. And I just feel that that's misleading to the public, especially a lot of the people who aren't all that informed, like I'm not. I would read that and think that it's going there, and if it's maybe not, I think that people should be informed of that.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board, and for my board members, I'm sorry. Okay. My apologies, we have one online comment that I was unaware of. So if you could please, welcome to the board iPhone. Your comment, please.
Good afternoon, board. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Quentin Levesque, and I'm sharing this testimony on behalf of Colton McCurley, a local business owner. I stand before you today as a local business owner, a member of VFW Post 4748, and a board member of Vets Helping Vets. Speaking for myself and many other business owners in Tuolumne County, I express deep concern over the proposal to increase sales tax for the third time, despite clear opposition in 2020 and 2022. Reintroducing this tax initiative not only ignores the voices of your constituents, but also disregards the current economic uncertainties we face. Recently, a county supervisor admitted on video that the county does not track and project variable expenses such as insurance costs. This raises serious concerns about the county's financial management. How can we trust a system that lacks control and oversight over its finances? Implementing a tax increase without addressing these fundamental issues is reckless and places an undue burden on our local businesses and residents. Businesses have to scale expenses with rises and falls in revenues, and the county needs to do the same. I'm sure I am not the only business owner projecting decreased revenues because of our current economic situation. If the county conducted proper projections, they would understand that they can't make cuts for now. They need to plan them for the coming years. Things are only to get harder for all of us, and the answer cannot be to suffocate businesses with additional taxes. We deserve transparency and accountability from our elected officials. Before asking for more money, you need to demonstrate effective budget management. It's hard for all of us right now, and we expect our leaders to face these challenges with us, not add to them. The economic outlook of our community does not support a tax increase. The heavy tax burden we already face in California, coupled with state, federal, gas tax, payroll tax, and use taxes, makes it incredibly challenging for businesses to thrive. The average wage here cannot support continued tax increases. Adding another tax increase to this substantial burden is unsustainable. Our businesses are the backbone of this community, and further financial strain will only harm our local economy and collective future. I urge you to oppose this initiative on behalf of your constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in, or logging on, however we call it nowadays. Any additional online? Okay. So we will bring it back to the board, and I'd like to go with the, as we did before, with the total of 20 minutes with the 4 minutes for each supervisor, please. So we could get the CEO to time. And who would like to go first? Supervisor Kirk.
To a few things. Deb, can we cut taxes anywhere? Where are we on that threshold, 7.25? Can we go below that?
I'm not quite sure where you say, where can we
The
cut
sales tax, can we make that less?
No, the 7.25 is based upon the state. So basically, the 7.25 that we pay, 6% of the 7%, 7.25, goes to the state of California.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, let me make it easy. Can we reduce that tax?
No, I was just gonna explain where the whole 7.25 goes.
I know, but we'll get into that later. As far as TOT, that was passed by the voters. I guess we could reduce that if we wanted to. Is there any other tax that we could reduce? Or are we at the bare minimal across the county?
We're at the minimum for the sales tax. For the TOT is what the voters voted in. I'm trying to think of what would fall under taxes.
I think I'm
Your
trying to say.
property tax you can't change.
So the
That's
things that we have
1%.
control over, we can't cut other than TOT for taxes.
If
for
you use
tax
the word
purposes.
taxes, that is
Yes, okay,
correct.
Okay.
Supervisor, I just want to be clear, the TOT was voted on, so it would take a vote to
That's why,
reduce it.
yeah,
To
I'm
reduce
just
it.
saying, okay. And this is good that we're hearing this today, because these are the things that we're gonna have to speak to. As far as Bush's statement, I don't know if he raised taxes, but if this goes through, it's gonna be by a vote. It's not the board, and I wanna be really clear on that, because I despise taxes. It's taken me a long way just to get here and become part of this ad hoc committee, but it's really putting it back up in front of the voters. I think where I'm at is I agree with a lot of what the concerns are. I brought up, looking at PERS into the future, looking at the way we do retirement. I'm gonna be looking at the general fund positions now versus 10 years ago. Has the bureaucracy grown? As far as the individual who said the trajections of insurance and liability and PERS, yeah, we do need to be tracking that better. We gave direction to Tracy moving forward with the budget into the future, track that better. But it doesn't change the fact that those are the costs. Whether you're tracking them or not, they're hard costs that we have to pay. And if we can mitigate some of those somehow, some way, we will. But hard costs are hard costs. I think I could say a lot. I think what I want to really just focus in on is, again, we bring up the ARP money, the money that we got due to COVID and some grants for fire. What's different about this, I'll tell people why I'm okay with letting this go back to the ballot. I know every year, this is now the second or third time that this is gone, but this is different, and it sounds ridiculous coming from the mouths of maybe board members, but the difference now is we have investments in a fire and sheriff that no board before us has ever made. We have never had deputies potentially going up the 120 quarter, the 108 quarter, except maybe back in the 80s when I was like a kid. We have depleted those resources. Obviously, the way the state has managed our forests, the U.S. Forest Service, the feds, has put us in a predicament to where now everything's burning to hell. And our new economic plan is let's not burn down. So it's a total different environment. We're trying to fund things at a record pace and rate that we've never done before. And I'm not going to sit here and whine and cry for people's money. It's going to be a vote by the people. And I'm telling you right now, I hope well, half this board won't be here next year, but I'm telling you right now, I was about to drop the wrong word. I got the intestinal fortitude to make cuts. You better be ready because I'm going to make the cuts. This isn't threatening people. We cannot do business. I don't care if that means I go after PERS. I don't care if that means new employees come in, they don't get that sweet retirement. I don't know if that means, we're going to go line item by line item and we're going to cut. And I swear, I hope to God that we have a strong board that can make those cuts because I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years. I'm to the point where it's like, damn it, let's just get it done. Let's just cut everything. You're going to find out that there is no fat. And this is not a threat. This is a reality. And I can't stand people who sit there and to just say they're wasteful spending. I've challenged almost every single one of you to go out to coffee. Not one of you has returned a phone call, has returned an email. You just blabber on Facebook and you want to sound all big and strong. And then when I reach out to you to have a conversation, you're nowhere to be found. So if the community wants all the above, you could potentially get it. I hate taxes. I hate that we're even putting this back on the ballot. But come sit in our shoes, go through the budget with me line item by line item, show me where we can cut. Believe me, we're gonna make cuts if this doesn't pass, and it's fine. It's what we're hired to do. I don't like that I'm put in this position because I'm basically the state's little puppet, having to come to the ground level and ask people for a 1 cent increase when guess what? You guys are getting screwed. The community is getting raked over the coals with fire insurance. My wife was gonna buy grapes the other day. She's like, I'm not spending that kind of money on grapes. It's ridiculous. Orange juice gone up 200%. We are getting, I sat in a training where I work, and I work for the state at the prison, and people make good incomes there. Do you know the majority of people who are in that training have side jobs? They work at Home Depot on the weekend. They're doing landscape jobs on the weekend. These are people who have state jobs who are working side jobs to support their families. What the hell has happened? What has happened?
Okay.
I don't know. So man, let me just finish my words. I'm sorry, but I hate this. I hate that we're here. But let's what I want to make sure is that the argument, I think a lot of those things that you brought up, we want to speak. I hope the Citizens Advisory Committee kind of collaborates a little bit with us because we want to speak to all these things that people think are tactics on us to scare people. The reality of it is there are cuts that will be made, like libraries, like recreation, like everything the general fund touches, if we don't get it. So let's speak to those. Let's put it all on the table, and then let's vote on it. And if it doesn't happen, let's move forward. We'll be fine. But I'm kind of to the end of my road as far as asking for this on the ballot anymore. I think if this doesn't pass, whether I stay on now or do another term or two, I probably won't support another ballot because this is getting very frustrating. And maybe the time has come in government to where we fund fire and law enforcement, and that's it. Because the number one job of our role in our Constitution is the safety and security of the public. And if that means fire and sheriff, then let's do it. I'll cut everything else, and that's where I'm at. So, or I'll run for governor, and then I'll fix all that crap. But then I'll be dealing with the legislators who are majority owned by spenders who've never ran a business. So, who knows? I don't know. All right, guys, that's it.
Okay. Supervisor Half.
Well, I pretty much agree with Supervisor Kirk. I'm going to be extremely brief. I'm flabbergasted by the comments made in the boardroom today. I know they're reflective of what our community is thinking. But I just want to leave you with this. It is easier to say that our board is fiscally irresponsible, especially without giving any examples, than it is to actually learn about our budget well enough to learn that we have a revenue problem. We've been having this revenue problem since at least the early 2000s, if not before. It's just gotten worse. We try to provide the services that the public demands. And like Supervisor Kirk said, you know, if this revenue measure, the tax sales measure does not pass, we have a very small government and nobody's happy. This is not fear-mongering. This is fact. And I just want to put that out in the line right now. I would encourage anybody who has interest to come to the district town halls we will be having to explain our budget in detail so that people understand why we have felt like we need to put this measure before the voters. And then decide. Not just decide you've had enough, no more taxes for whatever reason. I'm beyond belief in this. So frustrated, I can tell, and I don't know what to do about it.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate and I agree with Supervisor Kirk's comments. It's extremely frustrating to go online. You know, what we're dealing with, these are hard issues. This is not an easy solution. I ran a campaign and talked about very publicly having a revenue measure on the ballot because I wanted to be open and honest with what I felt the challenges were. At the same time, we had put more money away into reserves than has been done in a long time, double our budget policy. When we had one-time money dropped in the county's lap, put I think 75% or more of it to roads, another $1 million to fire service. When we've done ongoing expenses, it's primarily been investments in law enforcement that for 10 years were basically left out in the dry, couldn't recruit the people that are now doing the great work we're seeing in the community. So we go get 400 likes on a comment talking about how awesome it is to have inmate services able to go out, or have the deputies able to do their job, the district attorney able to prosecute. And yet those same people will go on there and talk terrible about the corruption and waste and all these pots of money because they're not being adults about problems. They want to whine about what's happening within the community and say, oh, it's just this easy solution. It must be this rampant corruption. We're not going to bother to parse out that your local government is different than the state. When we're talking about needing this revenue, don't ask me. Go ask a deputy. Ask a firefighter. Ask a code compliance or a building official how much waste they have in their budget, how much pork they have, right? The idea that we're going to fix this budget respectfully by reopening a gold mine, or that we're going to not pay for roads until we find $400 million to go fix them up front, right? Or the idea that we're just sitting on big pots of money asking for furloughs and cuts and unable to pay for things. Because why not, right? It's the easier answer to do all those things. We could just apparently allocate all that money. It doesn't exist. We're not the only county that deals with this. And we have for decades dealt with this austerity mindset that has left us with underserved, less safe, road maintenance at some of the worst in the state. And why? Austerity, budget cuts and budget cuts, reorganizing budget cuts, everybody having 2.5 positions, keeping a 20% vacancy rate, lower pay than surrounding areas. And it is the laziest answer in the world to come in and just say, tons of waste, tons of positions, tons of extra expenses. We've been a very fiscally responsible board, except if you want to say that investing in public safety is fiscally irresponsible. And I knew that this day would come that we had to do it, and I completely agree with Supervisor Kirk. If we do not have new revenue, it's not a threat. It just is what it is. We have to balance our budget. We can't run a multi-trillion-dollar deficit. We will make the cuts that we have to. But when you talk about waste, going to basics, know that you're talking about not just public safety, you're talking about the library and recreation programs, you're talking about the staff that handle the building permits that are able to do that in an expedited fashion. It's the money we use to improve and streamline ordinances or conduct environmental stuff, to be able to get vegetation management. Almost anything in the state takes money to invest to be able to do it. And it's a child answer to say, well, just push back and say no. That's the answer of a child. That's an answer of somebody who is not recognizing this is a complicated situation, that everybody up here was just a private citizen who ran to do a good job, who after many years of having to deal with these issues, this is what we've come to. And if you view this board as less conservative than in the past, as I see in online comments, know that the very conservative, almost entirely Republican board that was previous came to the same conclusion. And I applaud that, though I think the campaign could have been done better. They said, we can't keep cutting our way out of 2008. We can't. Had to put a tax measure on the ballot. I don't love taxes, but I do love our county, and I want us and people my age, because my entire life, this county has been on a decline across all of these different issues. I want people my age and younger to actually know that this county is improving. We have, with select few investments, been able to bring back so much in terms of grants and prosperity and program reforms, and to make government easier and more out of people's lives and support the programs that they prioritize. But if you do not have specific recommendations on how to fix this budget problem, if you won't meet with us to define that, we don't need children making the decisions. We need people that can act like adults. You want small government? That's great. But who doesn't agree that public safety and roads are things that we need to pay for? And if not, we'll have to deal with that situation. And it's not a threat. It just is what it is.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Well, I have to thank my colleagues because they shortened my comments significantly by covering a lot of the areas. I don't think I need to explain or repeat the need for this because I think a lot of the cases that I had planned on making have been made. It is true, it's been said we're at a turning point in our county. We have been on an upward trajectory for a very short period of time after 2 decades of decline. And we have this chance, this opportunity to continue moving in the right direction. And whether we decide to invest in our county and invest in the positive things that have happened with roads and with the fire departments and with staffing at the sheriff's office, we have to make a choice. Do we want to keep those things or not? You know, do we want to keep libraries funded? Do we want to keep the animal control funded at the way it is? It's a simple question. So that's about all I need to say on that because I think it's been said already and better than I could have said. There was one thing that I did want to raise. So I'm very appreciative of the work that my colleagues have put into this up to this point. I'm very supportive of the language of the ballot measure as it's presented and the ballot designation, the language that's going to be included there. The one issue that I did want to raise, and again, I will support the will of the majority of the board with whatever we choose to do, but I want to raise again, and as I have in the past, that keep it simple, stupid works the best in my experience with ballot measures. The only successful ballot measure that we've had in this county in the past 8 years was Measure U. It was a 2% transit occupancy tax increase. That was all that was on the ballot designation. Do you want 2% increase to TOT? There was no ad hoc, there was no committees, there was no advisory measures. My concern is with the advisory measure that we are overcomplicating it and that it could have, I don't think that was 4 minutes. And it could have, was it? Because if so, I'm like, oh, I'm like Marty McFly here going back in time here. My concern is that an advisory measure of this type implies that the Board of Supervisors will in its absence, not spend this money toward essential services, which if you look at the history of this board, the previous board, any board of supervisor for Tuolumne County in the past 100 years has spent 2/3 or more of the general fund budget on law enforcement, fire, and roads. I mean, that's just a fact. That it's not even a fact of priorities. It's just a fact of life that those are going to be your largest cost centers and more expensive services, the most important essential services. So I just don't see the purpose of having a second potentially confusing measure on there to get that information from the community, asking them, do we truly want these things? I feel comfortable that I already know the answer, that the people of Tuolumne County want us to spend the increase of the sales tax on roads, on law enforcement, on fire. You know, that's what they tell me all the time. So I don't really need another ballot measure to tell me that. And my concern is that if now we're asking people to vote on 2 measures, maybe they'll vote on one and not the other, and it just causes confusion. I'm a little confused, to be honest with you. And if I'm confused, what chance does just the regular person have? So it's an appeal to my colleagues to give that a second look. I absolutely understand the theory and the reason behind it, but My concern is that in an overabundance of effort made to make sure that everybody knows that we're doing exactly what we need to, we're actually hurting the case that this type of sales tax is necessary. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Campbell, and I kind of thought it was something that County Council advised. I would love it if we could just keep it to one question and not stir the pot and really confuse people. So maybe we can go back into why two are necessary, or maybe they're not. Thank you.
We can add, the county council didn't suggest it. We were just studying it to make sure it's legally permissible. That's a policy decision, whether or not to actually vote for that.
Okay. So first of all, I appreciate all the words that have come out from my fellow board members. I fully realize that some of the statements have been pretty strong. I support them being strong. It's needed, you know, to say where we're at and to sort out how we are going to provide. I care about the county, the people, the businesses. It's absolutely critical. We have an obligation to provide for their safety. That's an inherent part of government, right? We have to do that. And we look at our police and fire services. We look at our roads, right? Our roads, they're a little different perspective, but roads that are in bad shape are unsafe roads. And we have roads that are unfortunately causing people to have extra repairs on their vehicles because they're taking a beating on some of our roads. We made some pretty good progress on roads because we agreed as a board to put extra money into those efforts. And that's a conscious decision. And we're always, as a board, we're always weighing and looking at the alternatives. And we're landing where we need to do. Again, the perception that there's just, it's mismanaged, that we just, you know, there's a lot better ways to spend the money. You know, it's just wrong. I too had concerns in the past and expressed them, that I very much was in favor of a special tax because I had concerns about what future boards, you know, would do. Would they honor what I know our board honors in keeping these priorities and doing the right thing? But I had concerns there. And this kind of comes around to this, you know, the portion where we're talking about the Citizens Committee. And yes, maybe it's not the legal entity because of, you know, the circumstances. However, it's still very much ingrained into all of the thinking here as far as how we're going to get that that channel of input, you know, coming from, you know, folks out in the community as to what they want, you know, their elected officials to do. And I firmly believe that they do want to know that when they pick up the phone and call 911, that somebody's going to show up in a timely manner. And, you know, we've taken a lot of steps as a board to try and cut response times. We did a lot of work with the sheriff's office. We've spent large amounts of money investing in our fire department, rightly so. It was way behind for many different reasons, including, you know, severe lack of staffing caused by lack of volunteers is contributing. It's not everything, but it contributed a lot to, you know, the cost of doing business to protect people. So I support the ballot question as it's written. I do support having the second advisory question. I think that's good. It gives people an opportunity to to weigh in. And time will tell, right, when this hits the ballot and we see the results and we see where the votes are and where people landed on both of those questions. That's telling. It gives us information, one way or another, however it shakes out. And also support that, the board not write the argument in favor. I think that was a good move. So that's my comments.
And I didn't address that, but I agree on the last element about.
So at this point, I think we've worked through this pretty good, and I want to double check sorry. Okay, so as a board,
I see Supervisor Half.
Supervisor Half, go ahead, please.
Can we each weigh in on not having two questions on the ballot?
We could, but is there a reason? What is the reason for your concern?
Exactly the reasons that Supervisor Campbell gave. It confusing, and I think it gives further justification in some people's minds to just say no to everything. It's too confusing. I just think we need the one question.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon would like to weigh in on this. Go ahead.
Thank you. I only want to provide a comment that this is the recommendation that came back from the ad hoc. We were trusted with a lot of the details. We had a lot of conversations about this with legal counsel, what we can, what we can't do, what makes sense. I think when we went through the board, including that, we did have a majority that supported that. But to me, that is a detail in it. I think the important thing is that we move forward, and I'm ready to make a motion. I think we have settled that, and I have heard, I think, what the opinions were there with Supervisor Campbell. One thing is that when that advisory measure comes back, the language that would be included in there, I think ensuring that it is simple, it's narrative, and it's including what we want, will be an additional opportunity to make that heard.
Just for some more information and for what it's worth, there probably will be almost 15 different state measures on this ballot. And we probably will be going to a 2-page ballot. The more information on the ballot, what we've seen from voters is sometimes they forget to vote the second page. Sometimes they forget to vote the second side of the ballot. Just information. There also appears that there will be probably a local school bond measure on this ballot. This ballot is going to be a very complicated ballot with all the federal, state, and local races on it. Just information for what it's worth to you, just telling you this will be a very lengthy ballot for voters to vote on.
I'm sure if you're ready, I can make a motion.
Well, I was just gonna, for Supervisor Half, I don't know if you picked up what Supervisor Brandon said. We did spend a lot of time and research on that, and I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail, but I would suggest we keep it on there.
My feeling is still, even though it's not by having that on there doesn't mean that the county has to do so, but without it, we're not taking that input that I think is very important. And the public wants to see that, I believe, because and I realize, yes, it can be complicated. I'm not ignoring that fact at all, but we heard this firmly in the past. You guys just do whatever you want, and we don't seem to be able to have any input into that. And this is a way for them to, weigh in. Now, Supervisor Half, if you would like, at your request, and because it's on here, the things that we're looking at, we could do a separate vote on that issue, but I'll let you weigh in on that.
Well, what I'm hearing from this discussion is that there's only two of us that would like to keep it simple with just the one question, so I'm going to drop it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll just be very brief. I'll make one more comment. I'll just illustrate that, let's say the sales tax measure passes and the second measure doesn't pass, then what do we do? Because if we have a second measure that says, do we want to use the sales tax for fire, law enforcement, roads, these types of essential services, and the voters say no, what does that mean? We're investing a 1% sales tax increase in, pick any other department, in the Board of Supervisors, chambers, we're gonna use that money to give us all really nice office chairs. I don't think, I know without having to ask that question specifically that this is what the voters would want. So I'll just leave it there. That's my thought process.
Okay, I believe Supervisor Brandon was ready to make a motion.
And Chair, I'd like to move on the full staff recommendation.
Well, second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk, and call for the vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, well, we look forward to,
I just want to clarify that included the CDTFA suggestion for the revision, that it wasn't just plain staff recommendation, it was with that slight change.
Do we need to, that would be included in my motion. Is that acceptable?
can we
Looks like
clarify the motion, or do we? Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So, looking to the board, that was our, I believe, our last agenda item, correct? So reports. Oh, never mind, we don't have reports on the agenda. Okay, we will close the Board of Supervisors meeting at 3:21. Thank you, everyone.